Hey guys, welcome to the Truth Factor. Trying to get this set up. I'm gonna try and make this quick video, and this is just breaking, guys. I don't know how long ago this one tweet was, but according to a tweet, and I have shared everything. Hey Missy, hello JC, how are you guys? I will show you guys what I'm talking about. Hopefully you can read it. Yeah, I know. I've got some breaking news, and I'm gonna make my drop here, and then I will run over, because there's some people having trouble getting to D Live. Some people don't have D Live, and I'm not gonna leave my people. Hey, poophead. I'm not gonna leave my people in the dust just to go watch Marv, without giving them this knowledge that I have. I'm already signed up for D Live, but not everybody is, and some people are having issues getting on to D Live. Okay, so anyway, this is your goofy alien. Marv is supposed to be live over there right now. Hey, Glenda, how are you, honey? See, and you're one of those troubles. So see, and that's why I am going to make this video, and that way, I don't know what information Marv has, but I want to make sure that everybody that is still over here in YouTube land has some good information. And then I'm going to go and check out D Live myself. But I'm not going to leave anyone over here without giving them the info that I have. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see, Caldex. Hopefully you guys can see that this is from Twitter, and this is the DEFCON warning system, and they have confirmed a terrorist attack on Camp Simba in Kenya. It's not a U.S. naval base, because there was reports that there was supposedly, I guess, a there was going to be an attack on a U.S. base. But supposedly it's not on a U.S. naval base at first reported, but it is a joint U.S.-Kenyan military base. Reports of a car bomb was used to get through the gates, and heavy gunfire. Casualties unknown at this time. And this, of course, it came out at 11:42. I don't know if y'all can see that time. I hear you. So this just broke, and then early, and I have this in my Wixit, and I hope everybody has Wixit, guys. And this here is, this was at 11:11, and this is from Twitter. Beautiful, beautiful. And this here is another tweet from Trump, and this time the tweet says, the United States just spent $2 trillion on military equipment. We are the biggest and by far the best in the world. If Iran attacks on American base or any American, we will be sending some of that brand new beautiful equipment their way, and without hesitation. So I don't know that that will, constitute that, but I'm going to bet. Let me see if I can go and see the original tweet real quick for you guys. Israel is ready to respond if Iran proxies attack. Okay, and see, I think this is the one. And this is the one that I saw at first. It says monitoring reports of a possible and so unconfirmed dawn attack on a U.S. naval base in Kenya. So, see, they were reports that it was going to be actually on the U.S. base, but it did happen, just not at the U.S. naval base by itself. It was at a joint naval base that houses both people, I guess you would say. What did you say, Mother?
It's happening right now. There's gunfire in
I know, I told you. Do you have an article?
it's on breaking news. And there's pictures. BNO News. Breaking. Al Shahid militants attack U.S. Kenyan military base in
And so then that leads us to this confirmed.
Keys.
Oh, you were so welcome.
I just tweeted it to you.
Okay, you tweeted it to me? Okay, my mom's tweeted me an article.
BNO News.
And here, well, it doesn't give me anything. But here is another report of that Al-Shabaab militias attack in the U.S. Kenyan military base in Lamu, reports of casualties. So now there are reports of casualties, guys. So that just came in minutes ago. And again, I want to reference this. This was like right before we got the naval warning from DEFCON. That president had tweeted this, and I was sitting up here because I just knew with him making this tweet saying that the United States just spent $2 trillion on a military equipment. We're the biggest and by far the best in the world. If Iran attacks an American base or any American, we will send some of that brand new beautiful equipment their way and without hesitation. So I knew without a doubt, hi Brandy, how are you, girl? That he was going to definitely be sending. I've got just a couple of articles that I'll continue to share because maybe not everybody saw my broadcast earlier when I did the headline news, but my computer is not so great here, guys. And this here is from Zero Hedge. Retaliation begins. Multiple mortar attacks on U.S. presence in Iraq. Hezbollah warns security forces stay away. There are unconfirmed reports that U.S. aircraft have attacked Iranian positions near the eastern Syrian city of al-Buqmal. Now, these are unconfirmed according to Zero Hedge, but he still puts it out there. Meanwhile, a U.S. surveillance drone was reportedly shot down by Iran's Popular Mobilization Forces, the PMF, and Anbar. However, there have been no official confirmations. Multiple Kadyetsa unguided missiles, mortars fired into 2 regions near Baghdad. Green Zone neighborhood in Baghdad comes under mortar shell attack, 5 people wounded. Balad Air Base hosts U.S. troops near Baghdad, hit by 3 missiles, 3 Iraqi soldiers wounded. Explosion heard at Al-Kindi base in Mosul, which houses U.S. troops. No details on injuries yet. Hezbollah warns Iraqi security forces to stay away from the U.S. bases. As of 1,000's march in the street of Baghdad, to mourn the death of Soleimani, Al Arabiya and other local news sources report rockets have landed in heavily fortified Green Zone in Baghdad, where the U.S. Embassy, among other things, are located. Witnesses told Reuters that an explosion was heard in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Sky News Arabia reports that the missile landed in the Green Zone in Baghdad and closed the entrance to the road leading to the American embassy. An unguided Kayatsu rocket was reportedly launched, and then dozens of U.S. Apache helicopters are now seen overhead. President Raini reportedly threatened a lightning strike against America. Additionally, there are now reports that multiple rockets have struck Balad Air Base, located just north of Baghdad, that hosts U.S. troops. And a 3rd mortar attack is reportedly underway at the U.S. military base at Al-Kindi in Mosul. And meanwhile, Iraqi police have opened fire at armed PMU militiamen during the funeral procession. And that is it, guys. And again, this here, Apache, like Apache Indians, I got you. And this here is, of course, this is just an update. This is the same thing that I reported earlier, with the exception of the new news that is coming out that's being reported about the Al-Shabaab militia attack on the U.S. Kenyan military base in Lamu, reports of casualties. And let me see if I can go back to the other that I had. There we go. And here, again, this is from DEFCON warning system, where it says confirmed terrorist attack on Camp Simba in Kenya, not a U.S. naval base at first reported, but a joint U.S.-Kenyan military base. Reports of a car bomb used to get through the gates and heavy gunfire, casualties unknown at this time. And according to that B&O News little article that my mom tried to share with me, there are injuries or casualties. So, and then of course, Donald Trump, the United States just spent $2 trillion on military equipment. We are the biggest and by far the best in the world. If Iran attacks an American base or any American, we will be sending some of that brand new beautiful equipment their way and without hesitation. And of course, this was the threat earlier that he let this serve as a warning that if Iran strikes any Americans or American assets, we have targeted 52 Iranian sites representing the 52 American hostages taken by Iran many years ago, some of the very high level and important to Iran and Iranian culture. And those targets and Iran itself will be hit very fast and very hard. The USA wants no more threats. And that was, yeah, a lot of people are having issues trying to watch Marf. I'm signed into Marf on, I'm signed in on DLive on my phone, and I couldn't find him whenever you just go in there. And I followed him when I was on my iPad, but my granddaughter has my iPad, and so now I'm unable to get back to where he was. I guess I won't be able to watch them either, but I still wanted to make sure that this brand new information was getting out. That's it. Yeah, there is, and Kate, and for those that are, Marfugal News, all one word. Yeah, I have that Marfugal on my iPad. I couldn't get it in, on my iPhone. I know, and a lot of people are complaining. DLive did not work for you either, Peggy. I am so sorry. I'm going to see if, worst case scenario, I'm going to see if I can get a link after I get off of here, and leave it in the comment section, so that way everybody else might be able to get to him. If I can, I'm going to go on his Twitter thing. If anyone has Twitter, you might can find a link, because he's usually good at posting. Hold on, sweetie. If you have the link, I will make you a mod for a minute, and you can post that link. And then that way everybody can go over there. But again, I'm just trying to make sure everybody got all of this lovely news that is happening. He said he did post it. He won't keep this broadcast. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to make sure everybody gets the latest news. And I know people were having problems because I was having problems. Scan was having problems, but she actually, okay, so let me get this, JC, are you the one that said? What we can do is try. Yes, most definitely. Don't let nothing get you guys down. Trying to get over here to my channel. And then, Here. Sorry, guys. But there's so much happening, and I just want to make sure everybody has all the updates. I mean, I have, okay. You have the link. Okay, JC. Hold on, dude. Or girl. I don't know if you're guy or girl. I'm sorry. I'm going to add you as a moderator. Okay, JC. Okay. Hold on, dude. Okay, there you go, sweetheart. Okay, JC, you should try it again, and you can put the link in there. Hey, Colleen. I'm going to give another update. Marf is live on DLive, but everyone is having trouble getting there. And so I'm going to give just a quick update, and then I'm going to join everybody else. I do have updates on my Wixit. So for everyone that knows how to get to my Wixit site, JC is giving everyone a link for the other. But just in case this isn't covered because it just broke, and sometimes information's late getting, but the, okay. So he just gave you, or she just gave you, I'm not sure. JC, if you're a girl, your mama C. Okay, she's mama. I'm sorry, baby. Okay, so she just gave us a link to Marf's live right now. So everyone that wants to go join Marf right now, go right ahead. My feelings will not be hurt. That was my ultimate goal in the end, was to try to get a link in the comment section, but we got one in live chat. But I also wanted to make sure everyone that was having trouble was getting the newest headlines. And that's it, Gloria. He went to prepare a place for us. And right now, this is the situation. It is confirmed that there was a terrorist attack on Camp Simba in Kenya. Not a U.S. naval base at first reported, but a joint U.S.-Kenyan military base. Reports of a car bomb used to get through the gates of a heavy gunfire, casualties unknown at this time. And then my mother, lovely mama, gave me this. Yay. We actually have a lovely article that says that there has been a group which is 33 militias killed in the recent U.S. airstrikes. Says that the attack is not related to the recent events in the Middle East. It says Al-Shabaab militia group has claimed an attack on the camp in Simba, a joint United States-Kenya military base in Kenya. The group, which had 33 militias killed in recent U.S. airstrikes, says the attack is not related to the recent events in the Middle East. So they're saying that this is not it's not one to do with the other, but according to B&O News, breaking that there are reports of casualties at the U.S. Kenyan military base, and it was from the Al-Shabaab military attacks, which, oh, you are so welcome. Thank you, JC, for helping us all get to where they wanted to go. That's it. Hallelujah. So there's an update on that. Let's see. Where's the journey? Did you see about Iran hacking the FDLB government website? The picture was gruesome. It was on Twitter earlier, but they fixed it. I saw that they, good night, Lillian. I saw that they were supposed, I couldn't read it. It was in whatever, on the site that I saw. Arabic, I guess, writing. Chat goes too fast. I hear you. Well, chat doesn't ever go too fast in my thing. I'm not as popular as Marv, and we good group. We have 35 people in here. and that's a good group. So, and this is the norm. But anyway, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that everybody got the information that about the breaking alert of the Shabab, I guess, militia claim attack on U.S. base in Kenya. They're saying it's not the same, but that's the same people that they've been talking about. So go figure. But anyway, and there are some casualties. It says reports of casualties. So as there's more information coming in, I will bring it to you as always, guys.
Video.
There's a video.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Oh, my mom's got a video now. So hold on. We'll see if had to zoom in. It was saying they would stand with their Palestinian allies. I can send you the picture. It's in English and Arabic. Okay. Send it to the email. You know my email address, right, Marley? See. Okay, guys. Try and play you this. Okay. Well, you can see the smoke, but that's about the extent of it. It wasn't a very good video, but hey, it was a video. Thank you, Mom. I was curious to see if, yeah. And even at the very beginning of it, though, I mean, that's all you see. That's a lot of smoke, guys. That's a lot of smoke for just one car bomb. But in the, I know, I said thank you, Mom. But in the, and of course, I always like to point out Donald Trump's latest tweet. You've emailed it. You have to zoom in though. Okay. The United States just spent $2 trillion on military equipment. We are the biggest and by far the best in the world. If Iran attacks an American base or any American, we will be sending some of that brand new, beautiful equipment their way and without hesitation. And so, anyway, and, okay, hold on. She wants me to tell somebody in chat something. And, again, we had the earlier comment where he said, you know, we would go after 52 of their sites. So a lot of stuff happening as it continues to transpire, guys. I will keep everybody up to date. I'm going to see if I can see, this, email real quick and share it. I'm sure everybody here, hopefully everybody has seen it. I'm not sure, but we will try. Okay, Marley, I'm looking, dearest. Let's get this down. Just a second. We're gonna check at this, because I tried to look at it earlier. Someone else sent me the link and it was, like I said, in Arabic, and I could not see the English except for down where it said something about to be continued or whatever. Let's see. I hate it whenever you're not. I don't ever check my stuff here, Marley, but I have to because of the issues that of my dilemma right now with my granddaughter having my iPad and just trying to get everything done. Oh, I hear you. That's for sure. It takes so long. I hate it. Anyway, there is several articles, guys, in the Wixit site. And I am going to click on this before I lose it so I can actually copy paste and put it in the comment section. And for anyone that comes and watches this video after, if you are having issues, there is a Marfugel News D-Live link in the comment section. Sometimes you can watch the live chat and sometimes you can't. So I've had issues sometimes, so I'm making sure it's in the comment section. Hopefully. Okay, I finally got it. Yay. Now trying to open it. Marty. It still looks like it's in the crazy Arabic. This is the only small part of Iran's cyber ability. Let's see. Abby, I don't know how to zoom in on this. Thank you, JC. I don't know how to zoom in on my emails to make it larger. Let's see, hold on. Okay, guys, I think I can read it. Hold on, we're gonna look at this. Okay, so it says, and this is the little thing, it says, we will not stop supporting our friends in the region, the oppressed people of Palestine, the oppressed people of Yemen, the people and the Syrian government, the people of the government of Iraq, the oppressed people of Bahrain, the true Mujahideen, the resistance in Lebanon and Palestine. They will always be supported by us. Martyrdom was his reward for years of implacable efforts. With this departure and with God's power, his work and path will not come, and sever revenge awaits these criminals who have tainted their filthy hands with the blood and his blood of their other martyrs. So this message is from the Republic of... So anyway, so there's the message. Is there more to it? I mean, that I'm missing? I will leave that there. So is there more to it? Marley? But D-Live is lagging between the two devices. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end this so everybody can go over to D-Live and enjoy Marv. I hope everybody, thanks for the link. It's just not going to work with my tablet, I think. This sucks. Oh, mercy, Swiss. I am so sorry. You just call in and shout, "Tro, LOL." I got you, Gloria. I'm going to listen to her. I'm too tired to fire up my laptop. Oh, okay. Well, this is what let's see. I guess I can stay live for you guys. I mean, I don't have anything else to chit chat about for right now. I was going to go catch Marv. I don't want... I hope you guys did get the link for the Wixit, because I posted all the articles that really pertain to the situation at hand for today. They are in the Wixit site. I don't know. They said that I read you guys, I don't know, well, maybe I need to read it again. I read the email earlier, but there is on marfugalnews.com, there is a explanation of why they haven't gone, I guess you would say, for the last couple of days. And the last couple of days, they said that they had higher bees try to stop them from getting the word out. I don't know who the higher bees is. I don't know what he, it's kind of a cryptic message, to be honest, because there was no real explanation except for that he was having trouble getting out. And he said something about he had to operate put out a PayPal. And I posted the PayPal link in my last video. It's in the comments, I believe, as well as it was in the live chat, so that everybody that wanted to help Marv could. And it's also in his Marfugal thing. You had to delete Wix and Uber Eats too low D-Liber. Uh-oh. Well, there is the Wixit, and it does have all those articles and then some, because I didn't talk about, I don't want to just sound like a broken record, because what's happening, people? Okay, so I'm going to do a recap. Jumped into D-Live, don't like it, can't read the comments. Oh, and you're not going back. Okay. Okay, so, all right, well, and okay, so we have a link here, guys. I won't leave you guys. We have, for all those that want to stay, I will stay here, guys. We have breaking news that there was an attack. I just have to plug in my phone because I didn't have much charge, guys. We have breaking news that there was an attack in Kenyan, Kenya, U.S. / U.S. Kenyan military naval base, and there was a car bomb that ran through the gate, and apparently there's casualties. So, oh, I love you too, Gloria. God bless you guys. So there was a car bomb that went through. There's supposedly casualties. We saw a video earlier. Thank you too, Peggy. I really appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. We have the car bomb went off. We also, prior to this event, had Trump. Let me see if I can pull up my own link, and I'll read everything to you guys again. Although it probably would have been just as well for me to go back to and in the Wixit, everything is under Trump and Iran updates. So it's pretty easy to find everything that I'm talking about. And I'll read his tweet first. The new tweet was, the United States just spent $2 trillion on military equipment. We are the biggest and by far the best in the world. If Iran attacks an American base or any American, we will be sending some of that brand new, beautiful equipment their way and without hesitation. And that was at 11:11. And then we had DEFCON alert. It came in at 11:42, and it says that there was a confirmed terrorist attack on Camp Simba in Kenya, not a U.S. naval base as first reported. And just to let you know that at first they had reported that at dawn there was going to be a attack on a U.S. naval base in Kenya, but just a few minutes after that post came out, there was this confirmed terrorist attack on Camp Simba in Kenya, not a U.S. naval base, as first reported, but a joint U.S. Kenyan military base reports of a car bomb used to get through the gates and heavy gunfire. And at this time, there was no casualties unknown, but they said that there have been casualties. I don't know how many. I have not gotten an update. We got a video earlier that I played, but the video really, it just showed a little bit of smoke, guys. And that was really, I mean, it wasn't a very, it was from Kenyans, okay? And and there was a lot of smoke. And of course, I haven't never seen a car blow up from a bomb. I have seen a car on fire, and in fact, I've caught my own, crashed my own vehicle, and it blew up and everything. But I don't think that there was this much smoke. It was quite a bit of smoke. But, you know, I was also more enclosed, so it might have been controlled smoke too. I don't know. But anyway, so the confirmed attack. Yeah, and that's a possibility, and because that, I mean, which again, we didn't really get to see it. It was like behind. I don't know if those are their barracks or what you want to call that. I don't know what you want to call that, but they had it behind something, and so, and it was billowing. You saw the video, I'm sure, Gloria, that I played, because I think you were here when I played it. Honey, we've got so many, we're so spread out with all of our military bases, and everywhere, every which way. I think we have men everywhere. We have men everywhere. Yeah, and keep your head on a swivel, that's for sure. Avoid large crowds, most definitely. And like I said, this, and of course they were talking about earlier in some of the articles about the sleeper cells. We've got several articles about that. And they said it doesn't have anything to do with the Middle East, but it's one of the same groups of the men that were training that they killed the one guy from. So I have no clue. Stay out of federal buildings. Wise advice there, Gloria. Most definitely. I would not go into any government official building whatsoever. I don't even know that I'd go to the post office at this point in juncture, because you never know what anybody might attempt to set, mail in the mail or anything. So, just saying. And get some cash out in case the power goes off. Yep. Yeah, you need to definitely. Oh, most definitely. Yeah, you have to get the word out. Most definitely. And that's how come I came, because the same time I got that tweet, I got a notification that Marf was going live on DLive, and I was like, something's up. President Trump is not going to make a tweet so late into the hour and basically give them another threat. 2 threats in one night. And the game saw a notification about it. No, I didn't know that the game got a notification. What game, JC? And water is very.
You open the chips.
We'll bring him here.
Over
there. Yeah. Water is a necessity. Oh, mercy. There's all kinds of links. Go to that Wixit site and share them. There's more than enough evidence. There's lots of news articles, Peggy, in my Wixit site that will verify everything that I just told you. I mean, how do they want to argue with the facts? I mean, that's ridiculous. I feel sorry for you, Peggy. I do. Yeah, and if the power goes off, and just so everyone knows that don't know this, I mean, a lot of people already know this, but if all of a sudden you lose power, I would go fill up my bathtub. I mean, of course, if you have regular electrical issues going on, if there's a lightning storm, you know, and it's of natural causes, I wouldn't be flipping out and filling up the bathtub. But if all of a sudden everything goes out and you have no cell phone, I would definitely, the first thing I did was fill up the bathtub with as much water as you could in all your sinks. Someone else posted a video. Someone else posted what video? The video titled? Well, I'm not sure. JC? Uh-huh. U.S. just issued a national terrorism advisory on Iran. I wonder what that means. Let's see if I can find an article, guys. No, can't find nothing there. I'm looking for an article, guys. Colleen gave us some info, and I'm trying to find it. I really hate not having my iPad. Hey, Rachel, see if Abby's iPad's charged. Colleen, where did you hear that from? I hear you. And those big, I don't know, I think they're 10 gallons, 20 gallons or something. Those big gallons of things that, I mean, the big jugs of water that you can get, you take up there, it costs like, I think $17 to fill up. I would definitely be buying some of them. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. The video mentioned a warning about being alert for the Super Bowl. Oh, wow. I did not hear that. Large crowds, definitely. Yeah, a lot of people might not want to go to the Super Bowl, that's for sure. But I don't know if your team's in the Super Bowl. I'm sure you're going to probably go to support it. I don't know. People are... I don't know. Colleen, did you tell me where you got that warning at? Let me see. Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera has an article about the, no, I didn't need that, but that's all right. I'm not even sure where the Super Bowl is, to be honest, Peggy. And a drone could kill thousands, that's it. I mean, you know, some people were talking earlier, I heard them saying how I heard that video, Gloria, that you sent me, I was watching it. And they were talking about, the comments were being made about how Obama had killed all those people and was bragging about killing all those people with drones. And, you know, no one batted an eye, but because Trump is taking care of what any other president normally would do when your embassy has been attacked, when you've had an American contractor. I mean, by as many as what? Yes, indeed. Not your favorite channel, but I did watch. Honestly, they had so much warnings before. A president, exactly. Still looking for U.S. warnings, though. I am looking. So looking to see what I can find. It says do not travel to Iran. Okay, so we have a travel advisory. It says do not travel to Iran due to the risk of kidnapping and the arbitrary arrest and detention of U.S. citizens. Iranian authorities routinely delay consular access to detained U.S. citizens and they consistently deny consular access to dual U.S. Iranian citizen. So, is that what you were talking about, Colleen? Um, I hear you, JC. It's you work and then you get off and you're like, oh, I'll get it tomorrow. My husband was surprised that gas had not really gone up. We'd been given, heads up that we thought that the gas was going to spike, and it spiked closer to our house, but where we go to get gas, it hadn't moved. So we were pretty blessed, and we did get gas tonight. We were going to get it the other morning, but we were all too tired. We already. Well, of course, Gloria. And it's a shame. But yeah, I'm not seeing any new warnings at all. But I am going to go and check out. Don't like the dog barking. Well, the good news is they haven't moved the DEF CON number. That's a good thing. Yeah, and that's a good point too. You do definitely, that's an awesome point, Gloria, and I don't think a lot of people think about that. Yeah, most definitely. If you are somebody that takes medication, most definitely get your refills now. Yeah, I don't see any new posts on the actual site itself. But then again, I don't know why Twitter gets all the information first. It's like, if you want to know what's going on, you definitely should be on Twitter. That is for sure. That is, I mean, Twitter breaks with everything. Of course, the president tweets there, and if you really want to know what's going on, you want to be following if you follow nobody else, follow the president. And another good, if you are trying to keep up above and, put out news and stuff, another little tidbit, follow all the embassy ambassadors. And, or as many as you can of the areas that you have of interest, I guess you could say, because they'll put out those, like I got the warning from Israel closing down their embassies, and I don't think too many people have been talking about it, but that came through Twitter, and it was confirmed, so you're gonna get a payday loan. Well, you gotta, I hate to say, but you gotta do what you gotta do, Gloria. I hate doing I know about getting those payday loans. It seems like it's a never-ending vicious cycle. It's like once you get one, you gotta get another one. You gotta get another one to cover that one. It's crazy. Oh wow. They had some at Lowe's. Did you ever check out Lowe's? They had some really good prices on the ones at Lowe's and at Home Depot. And even Walmart has them. And they had some really good, I mean, we were shopping and looking at all the features, but the best price on the ones that we found was, I want to say it was at Lowe's, for all of the features that it had. And for anyone that it doesn't have one, a propane heater is definitely something you want to have if you live in an area that it gets cold, and you want to get one that has quite a bit of BTUs if you have, large space. Oh, wow. So everybody is doing the same thing, apparently. Yeah, I think it was Lowe's that had a 250,000 BTU blow-in propane heater. I can't remember the brand of it, but it was I think $89, 79 bucks or $89. Mr. Buddy, yep. And I've looked at the Mr. Buddy too. I don't know that it was a Mr. Buddy at Lowe's, but it was a nice one. You ordered the one from Walmart? There you go. Yeah, that's what you got to do sometimes. You paid $79. Yeah. And I think that's what it was at Lowe's too, was $79. But the BTUs is the main thing. You want to make sure you get the most BTUs that you can for your money. It was a Mr. Heater. Well, that's a good one. That is a good one. And Kate and Love, the reason why is just in case you go without power for any length of period of time, and you live in a cold area, you want to make sure that you're able to heat your your humble bedrow. You don't want to freeze to death. And not everyone has fireplaces, although fireplaces are so well worth having for emergency situations, because you can do so much if you have a fireplace. But right, yep. And it's always Scan Family said it's always good to have extra line. And so that would be another good reason to have extra line too as well. Yeah, and that's true too. Well, hello Tammy, how are you? So glad to see you. Now, just so you guys know, in the comment section, there is a link. I think it's there. There should be. In the comment section, there should be a link to Marv's show. There was one in here. I don't know. JC's still here. She can drop another one if you need it. But there's a link to the D Live. Marv is on D Live right now, and a lot of people were having issues to get over there. Some people were still having issues after they were over there. They said they wasn't going to go back. So there you go. Thank you, JC. So if you want to check Marv out, he is supposed to be live on D Live. But I'm hanging out with the people that can't go over there or are having issues. So we're just having a YouTube watch party, I guess you could say, without watching D Live. And we are talking about the situation over in Kenya, where they just attacked the that U.S. Naval / Kenya military facility. Can't watch him too much, Puffer. See, so you're having issues as well. Yeah, and so I'm just here. And if there's any more updates, I will give them to you as soon as they come in. You're okay for you're not that prepared, but you are okay. Yeah. I mean, if you have what do you call it? Generator. If you have a generator, you're usually going to be okay, but most people can't, if you have central air and heat, you can't, unless you have more than one and a heavy duty one, it's hard to run your, I don't know about running your furnace off of a generator. I'm sure you can, but, and then you have to have gas for that generator. The propane, little heaters are, more, I would say, economical to, to be able to heat at a lower cost than having to have a generator and other things. Not that I would not have a generator, but got firewood and candles and campfire. Girls taught us how to cook in the fire. There you go. That's it. And that's, I mean, sometimes that's all you need, you know. And for people that don't live where it gets cold, it's not that big of an issue. I mean, on a serious note, if it doesn't get cold where you're at, then I wouldn't worry about getting a propane heater. But where we live, it gets cold, and she's in an apartment, so yeah, most definitely. And you lose power for at least once a year, about a day. I know. I had while I was still in the working field, we had what they call a browning effect. And you would think that businesses and things of that nature and would get their power back on first. But where I was at, we did not get our power back on first in Alabama. So, and I had never even heard of a browning out before that had experienced that. And you're in an apartment as well in Western Washington. Oh wow. And how are you going to have a fireplace? A fire? Do you have a fireplace, JC? Because you said you had firewood and all that, so you must have a fire. Yeah. Okay, that's what I figured. It's like Are you seeing anything else, Mama?
Yeah, it's been repelled and it's, I'm trying to get back to it. I'm sending you the breaking news.
Okay. She says there's some breaking news, so.
It's been repelled. It's good.
It's been stopped, in other words.
Successfully repelled.
I'm waiting on the link, Mom.
It should be there.
No, not yet. She said that it's been repelled, so I'm assuming. There we are. There we go. Okay, so according to News Breaking Live, the latest update is that Kenya military says the attack against the U.S. Kenya base is successfully repelled. So it says, news breaking alert at 1:46 a.m. Eastern Time on 1/5/20, an attempted attack by al-Shabaab militias on Camp Simba, a joint United States-Kenya military base in Kenya, has been successfully repelled. At least 4 militias have been killed, the Kenya military says. So they've repelled, which means they've held them off. They stopped them. And but there were 4 deaths. 4 of the militias were Kenya. I guess it says 4. It just says 4 militias. It doesn't say if it was Kenya militias, who the militias were. But I'm assuming the bad guys. So that's good. They've stopped it. So that's a good thing. The bodies of the four terrorists. Yep, it was the bodies of the four terrorists. So it was the terrorists that were are were the casualties, I guess you would say. So, and that is the latest update, guys. The lady in charge of the water and the electricity in my town lives next door to me. I bought the house she grew up in. I'm good. That was smart, Joey. Heck yeah. And you have a solar generated NEP shield. Also, awesome. You're prepared, obviously. Not everybody's prepared like that. You're very blessed. 11 days the last hurricane. Oh, wow. I know. We were in Florida when Hurricane Charlie, they had like 5 hurricanes and tropical storms and everything. And when they had all that mess happen, we were in Florida and on St. John's River. And we were without power, I think, for over a month. It was horrible. And we actually moved, and we were there. My husband was there working, and his job got prolonged and prolonged because of all this stuff. But he was there working, and the hotel that we were in, they lost power. Well, we found a hotel in the same town that had power, and we moved to it. Well, when the second hurricane came in, it blew the roof off the hotel, so we couldn't catch a break. And I think we were without power, I don't know, a couple of weeks more after all that. It was a mess. Yeah, Hurricane Charlie. I think it was Hurricane Charlie. It's been a long time. Back in 2000, I think. 2000, somewhere around there. See if I can tell you what year it was. $2004. There we go. That's how long ago it was. Back in 2004. And I had never experienced a hurricane before or a tropical storm. That was my first. It was not fun, let me tell you. I do drink coffee. I don't have coffee right now, but I do drink coffee. I do indeed, I do. So obviously that is wonderful news, guys. And again, we'll break it out. News breaking alert, 1:46 a.m. An attempted attack by al-Shabaab militias on Camp Simba, a joint United States-Kenya military base in Kenya, has been successfully repelled, and at least 4 militias have been killed. The Kenyan military says. So that is the report, guys. Your house is on the Texas coast, South Padre Island. I've been there. To Padre Island. I don't know what part it was, but I've been to Padre Island. A renter in it since I moved family away from the border to Washington. I hear you. I hear you, Gloria. No doubt. I still have Florence and drain damage. Ah, you're in North Carolina. Well, I can tell you I like the Outer Banks. I've been to North Carolina, spent quite a bit of time down there. Wow. Yeah, the Outer Banks. Yep. And you're in New Orleans, Peggy? Someone needs a cat? No, I don't need no cat. I have 2 dogs. Anastasia, no, we don't need cats. No. No cat. Harlow was horrible. Harvey, what are you talking about? Harvey, Joey? Harvey was horrible. I think it says Harlow though. I don't remember that one. But that last one that they had was Harvey. That was horrible. You have two cats, 3 dogs, and 7 raccoons. Oh my gosh. I will not. My grandbabies want us to have a pet baby raccoon. Nope. All except for my youngest. She does not want a raccoon because she knows that it ate our food and she doesn't want it to eat her food. She wants all her food for herself, she says. She's too cute. Harvey and Charlie both. Yep. Yep. Harvey and Charlie both were pretty bad. Just sent you a link on Discord from Mama C. Oh, well, I can't check my Discord, JC. While I'm live because I'm using my phone. Am I live on the property? Oh, wow. In Texas or in Washington, Joey? That would be crazy. Crazy kind of scared. Surely it's not live though, huh? No, it is live. It shows the videos. Okay. Oh, thank you, Gloria. I love you, sister. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Well, I try to get you guys the news as soon as it breaks. Sometimes it takes me a minute because I want to make sure that you guys can verify what I'm putting out, so I always have to put it to the Wixit, and that's what takes me so long. Or I would be on right away. But everybody likes to. No worries, just trying to have. Okay. Oh, thank you, JC. You're awesome. Raccoons are fantastic pets, but aren't they better off in the wild? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want a raccoon. I'm just saying. Just saying, I don't want a raccoon. They can be fantastic pets for everybody else and in the wild, but I don't want a raccoon.
Mama,
What, baby?
I need a charger for that your tablet.
It's downstairs, baby.
What about,
It's downstairs plugged in by the bed.
what is this charger then?
This charger's for my phone. And it's a different kind of charger. The iPad must have died, and so now she's needing a charger. And my iPad charger is different than my iPad phone. It's not the same. Let's see. We will look at Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera usually has up-to-date posts too. And I will go back to it says tens of thousands gather for Soleimani's funeral. It says an Al-Qaeda linked group attacks a camp in Simba, a base used by U.S. and Kenya military personnel in Lamu County. And that is from Al Jazeera. So that's what they're reporting in retrospect to that incident in Kenya, guys. That it was an Al-Qaeda linked group. Your raccoons live in the forest, but they were babies. Aw. That is so sweet, Joey. Aw.
Stop it.
Aw. You had wild raccoons too, Gloria? No, they don't back down, that's for sure. And they're so smart. Man. Oh, that is so cool. Kind of trained there. That is awesome. Wow. That is really cool. So they're saying it was an Al-Qaeda group that took out that, tried to do something there in Kenya. You became raccoon daddy. That is so cool. Your cat, Dibbity Cat, was friends with raccoons. He hung out with them. Oh. That's funny, Gloria. Too funny, girl. What, baby?
There's no like that whole thing for that charger. There's no whole thing
There's no place to, you can plug it in right there.
Yeah, it's plugged in, but I'm far away.
Okay. She's letting me know she's far away. Okay, so, and according to DEFCON, Al-Shabaab spokesperson tells Al Jazeera that the attack on the camp Simba was not related to events between the U.S. and Iran. And they said this is probably true, so hopefully the U.S. does not use this as an excuse to hit Iran. They're saying it was Al-Qaeda, which we done read the Al Jazeera little article. It wasn't really an article, but so we'll see. That's it. She's a ham, let me tell you. She keeps me on my toes. That is for sure. So far, that's all that's going on right now. And they repelled it, so they were able to stop it. So that's good news. And of course, the poor souls that attempted to cause harm, they died. And we have let's see. I always check out Fox News, even though Fox News never, I mean, this late, you're not going to get any live coverage. If you do, it'll be a miracle. I mean, on a serious note, if they give you any kind of live coverage at all, it's updates or anything, it's a miracle. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything over here. Just about the 2 rockets that landed near the American troops in Iraq. That's the only bad thing about, I mean, now, I don't like CNN, but I have to give them props. Usually they have someone pushing out the latest stuff all the time. Oh, raccoons are. That's crazy. Let's see. My brain went to sleep. Oh, excuse me, guys. Just forgot where I was going. Brain fart there. RT is another good place, guys, to always get the latest headlines. They usually are on it too. According to RT, there's an article that says Iran hosts a blood red flag of revenge in the holy city of Qom as thousands mourn Soleimani across the region. A blood red flag symbolizes the call for avenging the dead has been hoisted atop the Jamakarin Mosque in the Iranian holy city of Qom. The rare sight comes as people mourn Qassem Soleimani and other officials killed by the U.S. And I never knew that. I never heard of anyone flying a red flag, but I guess it is. I've heard of a black rose before. You don't want to receive. You don't want to be on the receiving end of a black rose. I know that. We need to know naval signal flags now. No, I hear you. Let's see. That was from RT. They, like I said, they have some good articles sometimes. They unsurprisingly don't even have the situation that happened in Kenya yet. I'm kind of shocked by that one because usually they're on top of it. But they don't have that one. I'm going to check out Sputnik. And I'm going to check out to see if I can find anything on naval flags for you guys. Now see, according to Sputnik News, it says 6 are dead after the car drives into a German tour group in South Tyrol reports. So I don't know if that was an accident or what. I haven't clicked onto that one yet, guys. UK sends 50 SAS troops to Iraq as Middle East tensions escalate after Soleimani's killing. And Germany is calling for de-escalation. It says a U.S. government agency site crashes as military draft concerns spike over killing of the top Iranian commander. And I guess this is, they're talking about the site where, what is it, the sss.gov site? Is that what they're talking about? Where you go to enlist? Let me see. U.S. government agency site crashes as military draft concerns spike over killing of the top Iranian commander. World War III has been trending on Twitter since Friday. Blah, blah, blah. Killing a top Iranian battlefield commander, General Qassem Soleimani, in a U.S. drone striker. The move is widely expected to result in spiraling hostilities between Tehran and Washington, with the former vowing to retaliate and the latter moving to deploy additional troops in the Middle East. As talk of World War III has been all over the internet in the past 24 hours in the aftermath of the U.S. drone strike that killed top Revolutionary Guard General Qassem Soleimani in Baghdad. Selective Service System, yep, the Selective Service System, a U.S. government agency which pre-registers young men for the military draft, saw its website crash. And yeah, ironically, I was just at the website because if anyone follows Marfugel on Twitter, he had put out a tweet yesterday. And he wanted to know if anybody, I think his sister took his nephew who is 16 to get his driver's license. And apparently they wanted her to pre-register him for the draft. Well, she declined, I guess, or was going to decline. I don't know if she did or didn't, but and apparently they told her if she declined that he would not be able to receive government grant for schooling, and she was kind of puzzled. He was as well, considering he was only 16. And I went to the site just to check out because I don't remember my children and my 18-year-old, my baby having to pre-register, or my oldest having to pre-register. In fact, the only thing Louisiana was concerned with was if he had driver's ed. And they both got cards in the mail that reminded them that they had to go draft. They had to go register for the draft. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a month before their 18th birthday, and that's what it said. And so he had asked that question, but I think he said Dex said that was normal. And I just checked it out. I just went to the site itself, and I responded, and I gave him the 2 different links. One says that the earliest that you can register is when you are 17 years and 3 months, and the other one just says that it's required for you to register before your 30 days before your 18th birthday. That's the law, but you have to your 25, according to that. And then after 26, it's a no-go. So that was what I had found out. And it took forever for the site to load, and that was yesterday. And then now that's the site that crashed. And and it's not surprising because they were having issues yesterday. It says, due to the spread of misinformation, our website has experienced high traffic volume at this time. We appreciate your patience, the Selective Service System tweeted on Friday, and added that it was conducting a business as usual and emphasized that a return to the draft is not imminent. In the event that the national emergency necessities of a draft, Congress and the president would need to pass official legislation, the Guardian cited at the agency as saying. On Saturday, after the Twitter panic had subsided, the SSS website was up and running, but slowly. On Friday the 3rd, Qasemi Soleimani, the head of the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps elite quad force, and Abu Mahdi al-Mudas, deputy commander of an Iraqi Shia militia group, were among those killed by the U.S. drone attack, in which we already know all that. So, on Saturday, Times Square, New York, witnessed an anti-war rally. Yeah, they were supposed to have had an anti-war rally here as well. And I didn't even know nothing about it until it was on the news tonight. The United States first conscripted soldiers during Civil War. There was a huge support for ending the draft. It says the modern day military is now an all-volunteer force with about 1.2 million active duty troops. So there we go. So we know how many troops we have. That's a lot of troops. We have 1.2 million, which my mom went and she got like the breakdown of each thing the other night. So I already knew that, but you just asked about your registration status when I went to college after serving in the Army. He came, said he had to register to vote, and the draft papers school made him. What now? I believe your son did his in high school. They said it was required when he was 18. Yeah, if he's if you're 18, you have to. But the whole thing of it was the whole point that I was at was not at 16 though. I mean, when my kids at 16, 15, 16, I think he was, I don't remember. Their concern was driver's ed. And when it came down to it, he did get a reminder in the mail to go register for selective services. But yeah, and that's exactly what it says, Peggy. And it does say that, guys. Yep, and they can confiscate anything they want. Let me see if I can pull up the Patriot Act real quick. Anyway, so that was what they put out there. I don't have anything here. The USA Patriot Act broadly expands law enforcement surveillance and investigative powers and represents one of the most significant threats to civil liberties, privacy, and domestic traditions in U.S. history. What is the Patriot Act? The U.S. Patriot Act, officially the uniting and strengthening America by providing appropriate tools required to intercept and obstruct terrorism, was quickly developed as anti-terrorism legislation. In response to September 11, 2011, the large and complex law received little congressional oversight and debate and was signed into law by President George W. Bush on October 26, 2001. Patriots gives sweeping search and surveillance to domestic law enforcement and foreign intelligence agency and eliminates checks and balances that previously gave courts the opportunity to ensure that the powers were not abused. Patriot and follow-up legislation now in development threaten the basic rights of the millions of Americans. But they renewed the Patriot Act That's what that says. Let me go back and see if I can get something else that says. Usually there's a PDF. I don't like it when I don't get a PDF. Let's see. See if this has it. Anything? Like bank reports and transactions. The FAFSA. Yeah. I hear you, Lillian. And your school didn't offer the driver's ed? His school offered it, so he was able to take it. But we had to prove it, which was no big deal. I mean, let's see. I found another site that talks about this. Let's see. The purpose of the Patriot Act is to deter and punish terrorists, to enhance law enforcement, to strengthen U.S. measures. It has different classifications. Underground banking systems. Money laundering programs. Verification of identification. They want to know what you're doing with your money. I wonder how come you can't. I've never not been able to get a PDF on something. This is irking me, guys. Senior year, they may be younger, and in order to get all the financial paperwork. So you're saying that they did the requirement for the pre-registration at age 16 is because too many kids are now trying to prerequisite to college. Is that what you're trying to tell me? And so they're trying to get everything taken care of then? What? You got a reminder you are too wild. We don't want you. Not really, but on the real, they said no. Oh my goodness sake, Swiss Army. They told you no. You were too wild, really? I don't know. I never heard anyone say that. You can only deposit. So you can't deposit $10,000. Is that what you're telling me, Joey? Without it, without being red flagged or whatever. That's crazy. That is insane, and I did not know that. So what are you supposed to do if you get a large, say you sell a car, when it's more than that, what are you supposed to do? And they give you a check. $10,001 in cash. Wow. Oh, in cash. I got you. Cash. So if it's a check, it's okay. But if it's cash, wow, that's crazy. And I did not know that. You learn something new every day. That is for sure. Money laundering flag. Yeah, not too long ago, I read an article, I think, the person was in Tennessee, and they had gotten pulled over, and they had money to go purchase a car, In fact, they were driving, I think, through Tennessee, and they had a large amount of money to go purchase a vehicle. They were purchasing a Lexus or something like that. And the individual, the cops confiscated the money. And then he had to go to court to get his money back. I can't remember how long ago it was that I did that story. I read the story here on YouTube, but it's been a while, guys. And you tried so hard to get in? Oh, wow. Yeah, so the moral of the story is, and the gentleman that got pulled over, he told the cop, he was being honest, just in case. I don't know why you would tell somebody this. I mean, unless they're wanting to search your vehicle, maybe, then I could possibly see it, but I don't know. He just told the officer, ooh, mercy, that when he got pulled over that he had that money in there, and they confiscated it. There was no, I mean, of course they searched his vehicle. There was no drugs. There was no, evidence of drugs, but they confiscated it, and he had to go and take them to court to get his money back. 5,000 increments. Thomas Jefferson said one of the founding fathers, freedom is there for those who can keep it, but at what price are you willing to pay for those of you who are not willing to sacrifice? All deserve neither. No, he had the proof, Joey. That was just it. He had the proof. He had the proof that he worked. He had everything. He had his banks. He had everything there. There was no reason for them to take his money. He had the evidence to prove to the bank, to prove to them. He had the gentleman's ad, or in the contact information for the vehicle that showed how much the vehicle was. He had the bank deposit withdrawal. He had everything. He could prove that he had his deposit slips to prove, that he was who he was, that that he was he had everything. It was. Well, they figure that they can just confiscate your money and you're not going to do anything to get it back. And some people don't, you have that kind of money, you usually can afford to take them to court. But some people just give up. You go and tell them you want your money back and they tell you no. Well, they think that they're going to get to keep it. This gentleman fought to get his money back, which is absurd because, at this point in time, he probably spent more in legal fees to get that small amount of money back, but it was the principle of it, at that point in juncture. And I believe that's exactly what he said. It was the principle. Yep, and it was a bad cop, I'm sure. And I thought that was crazy because I had never, ever heard that. Never. I mean, because I know people, we used to travel all the time, and never, ever, ever did I hear that. He was an explosive tech. Wrist to break on his father's side. Uh-oh. Let's see. Let's see if I can get this summary. I found a summary of it, but
That's all I did.
Ha. I finally got a PDF on that, guys. You got pulled over for speeding in southern Illinois late night trying to get a hotel and was pulled over because the electric wheelchair was blocking the license plate. It was a Suburban and he thought he was a drug. Oh my goodness sakes. That is insane. Okay, what's the article for, JC? Just curious. Oh, yeah. That article that I was talking about, the red flag law. Avery, turn that down, baby. Yeah. Is that not crazy, though, about the red flag law? Or the red flag? Yep. That is what they have flying. And they says it means they're going to avenge death or whatever. So go figure. It says the Patriot Act allows investigators to use the tools that are already available to investigate organized crime and drug trafficking. Allows law enforcement to surveil against more crimes of terror. Allows federal agents to follow sophisticated terrorists trained to evade detection. Avery, turn it down. Allows law enforcement to conduct investigations without tipping off terrorists. Allows federal agents to ask a court for an order to obtain business records. The Patriot Act facilitated information sharing and cooperation among government agencies that can better connect the dots. The Patriot Act updated the law to reflect new technologies. Additional laws enforcement officials to obtain a search warrant anywhere a terrorist-related activity occurred. Allows a victim of a computer hacking to request law enforcement assistance in monitoring the trespassers of their computer. The Patriot Act, the penalties of those who commit crimes, prohibits harboring a terrorist. Enhanced penalties for various crimes, enhanced number of conspiracy, pushes terrorists. And the bad thing about this is this Patriot Act, they can come and arrest you at any given time for anything. And they can just say that you're classified as a terrorist, and they don't have to give you an explanation for it, and they can hold you indefinitely. And that is wrong. That I do remember that about the Patriot Act. That is what. Everyone is dancing. Oh, she's a mess over there. Avery's over there playing, jamming out, that's for sure. 2,000 in cash, you had to fill out paperwork and wait 3 days. Oh, if you were withdrawing more than $10,000, Gloria, you have to fill out paperwork. Is that what you're saying? That's crazy. Let's see. Security officials doubt that Iran will strike Israel after the death. Let's see. Iran has vowed revenge against the U.S., but it seems to be in no hurry. According to the Washington Post, it says Beirut, as President Trump has been ramping up sanctions and threats against Iran over the past 8 months, Tehran has been operating on the assumption that he would not dare risk outright war, especially with an election approaching. The drone strike that ended the life of Major General Qassem Soleimani, the strategy architect and chief enforcer, blew up at the calculation, creating a stunning new dilemma for Iran's leaders as they look for ways to retaliate without the benefit of their master strategist. That Iran will retaliate is not a question, analysts say. Not to do so would be a sign of weakness that could jeopardize the enormous influence Iran has gained in the region over the past 4 decades. The targeting and killing of Soleimani eroded the deterrent that Iran believed that it had established with a campaign of attacks against shipping in the Persian Gulf and the rocket strikes on bases in Iraq, said Kamil Wazin, a Beirut-based political analyst from Iran point of view. It is now imperative to restore that, he said. Iran has to retaliate, and it will be a retaliation to restore the deterrence lost by his assassination, he said. But he and other analysts also believe Iran also has no appetite for a full-scale war with the United States that would deplete its already precarious finances and leave it heavily outgunned. Iran, analysts say, has to calibrate its response, inflicting enough damage to the United States that it has been to avenging Soleimani's death without precipitating an all-out war. The question is how. The Middle East braced for an answer, fearful of any misstep by either side, hence began to emerge that Tehran is no hurry to inflict the harsh revenge promised by Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And I thought the Ayatollah Khamenei was dead, guys. Just saying. Eulogies for Soleimani from Iranian leaders have emphasized patience as much as vengeance. Iranian military officials have suggested that Iran's regional proxies, rather than Iran itself, will be charged with responding. The Islamic Republic of Iran refuses to take any emotional and hasty action. Brig General Abolfazl Shikarachi, a spokesperson for the armed forces, told Iran's Mehr news agency on Saturday, "We will set up a plan patiently to respond to the terrorist act in crushing the powerful manner." He said, "We are the ones who set the time and place of our reciprocal response." Already a narrative is emerging among Iranian commentators and officials that the United States is seeking to drag Iran into a war that Iran should not fall into the trap. Brig General Ali Fatadi told Iranian state TV that although Soleimani was the senior commander, Salami. Did you hear what I just said? Salami. Soleimani was the senior commander of Iran's most powerful branch of prestigious Revolutionary Guard. It might not be Iran that strikes back. The great front of the resistance is geographically ready to carry out this harsh revenge, he said, a reference to the wider network of Iranian proxy forces such as Lebanese Hezbollah, known in the Iranian circles as the axis of resistance. That Iran has plenty of options is no doubt. In his role as the commander of the Quad Force, the wings of powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps charged with exporting Iran's revolutionary ideology. Soleimani built a network of loyalist militias in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, and in Yemen that can be called upon to shield Tehran from direct implication in attacks on U.S. or allied targets. The Houthi rebels in Yemen claimed responsibility for a major attack on Saudi oil facilities in September, even though the U.S. government asserted the missile strikes were launched from Iran. In Iraq, the U.S. military officials charged that Iran-backed Kataib Hezbollah militia has been carrying out a string of rocket attacks against Iraqi military bases where U.S. troops are located, one of which killed a U.S. contractor last month, triggering the unexpected escalation that culminated in Soleimani's killing. And that is a lot of people at that man's funeral. Mercy, guys. On Saturday, Trump warned Iran that any strike against Americans or American assets will bring U.S. retaliation against 52 unspecified Iranian targets, representing the 52 American hostages held at the former U.S. Embassy in Tehran after Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Iran itself will be hit very hard, and very hard. The USA wants no more threats, Trump tweeted. In years gone by, Iranian allies have blown up American embassies and kidnapped American citizens with devastating effect, driving American troops and diplomats out of the Lebanon in the 1980s and propelling the ascent of the Iranian allied Hezbollah movement there. Raed Khawaja, who heads the IGMA Defense Consultancy in Dubai, listed a range of options Iran and its allies could deploy. They included renewed attacks on the Persian Gulf, shipping strikes against the U.S. or allied military base around the region, bombs at the American embassies, and attempts to assassinate or abduct American officials and citizens. But it remains unclear what Iran can do that surpasses the attacks it has already carried out without provoking a bigger escalation. Since May, Iran has been harassing ships and firing rockets at American troops in Iraq as part of the strategy overseen by Soleimani to punish the United States for pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal and imposing the harsh economic sanctions that have devastated Iran's economy. Multiple tweets by Trump deriding endless wars in the Middle East, his abrupt withdrawal of troops from Syria, and his last-minute retreat from the threat to retaliate from throwing of an American drone had all fueled confidence in Tehran that Iran could play on Trump's aversion to a war by needling him with relatively small-scale attacks and perhaps weaken his resolve. But what more can I do that is not already been done? Rasha al-Akadi, who edits the Iraqi newsletter Erfka Swatak, said in a tweet, kidnap foreigners, strike military bases, sack embassies, assassinate attempts, target GCC oil interests, send out militias to crack down on adversaries. Iran is facing constraints on its room to maneuver in many of those places, said Hanan Gadir of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, so extensive in the research of its influence that all its allies have become integral components of the government in Iraq and Lebanon, making the Iran target of widespread anti-government protests in recent months. Militia backed by Soleimani have played a big part in crackdown against the protesters in both countries. And there were videos showing celebrations by some Iraqi activists as the news of his death. Iran cannot go to war in the region. In Iraq, their options are becoming very limited for them because any escalation in Iraq exposes them to more attacks by the U.S., Gadar said. In Lebanon, it's going to be difficult because of their financial crisis. They cannot find a war in Lebanon or anywhere else. The most likely arena for the escalation is in Iraq, where the spiral of confrontation began and where Soleimani was killed. Analysts say rockets fired Saturday into the Green Zone in Baghdad and Balad Air Base, where U.S. troops are present, suggested Iran intends to keep up the pressure on Iraq. The killing of Soleimani on Iraqi soil and airstrikes last Sunday that killed 25 members of the Kataib Hezbollah militia have fueled calls for expulsion of the U.S. troops from Iraq. On Saturday, the Iraqi army said it would impose new restrictions on the 5,000 U.S. troops in Iraq to help with the fight against the Islamic State. My sense is that we will see an escalation in Iraq, said Maha Ayaya, director of the Carnegie Middle East Center. But I don't think that the Iranians really want a war with the U.S. I don't think they are interested in an all-out regional conflict. The problem is that all it takes is one small error and the whole region would be engulfed, she said. Iran's Revolutionary Guard explained. Iranian agents once plotted to kill the Saudi ambassador in D.C. It reads like a spy thriller. New Quad Force commander brings contingency as Soleimani's heir. Today's coverage from the Post correspondents around the world, like Washington Post World on Facebook, and stayed updated on foreign news. This is a long read, guys. I'm not going to read that little inbox, but that was it. So, and we will. I'll add that article to Wixit, guys, so that it'll be updated. Yeah, look at all the protesters around the world. Who is left? You passed out, Matt? No, oh, you're good, honey. Matthew 7.3. Are you talking about Trump? Oh yeah, Trump is left. Okay, so that story from the Washington Post was just added to the Wixit site, guys. And just so you know, we will. As either a gift from God or the Antichrist. Could not have troops responded to Benghazi while Deep State was moving new gold. Yeah, I know, right? And to me, that's the big story of the day. Is the simple thing is how come they were allowed to move so much cash into Iran, for one, and then we had the situation that we had in Benghazi, and yet, you know, I guess that it's okay that we stand down and let Americans die. It's okay that our embassies are blown up. I mean, we're just supposed to sit back and allow people to attack us, I guess, you know. That's what everybody wants, right? They want us to be so passive that we just allow Americans to die senselessly, and we allow them attack our U.S. embassies. It's ridiculous, to say the least. I won't stand down. And I would never stand down. Ever. Oh, go back up the stream? Okay, hold on. I will go back up the stream. I was trying to put... Oh, no. I had the... Back from D-Live. So did he report on, JR, did he report on the, that car bombing attempt to take down the, that base in Kenya? No, he didn't. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they repelled it, so it's all good, but, you know, it was breaking news. It was in chat. Okay, so I did, a caller talked about it. Okay. Well, I did put that last article from the Washington Post in there. Boom. Anyway, so that is that. Yeah.
Diva.
All these people that say that they're against it. Yeah. I gotcha. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Oh, I was supposed to go back up in the chat. Duh, I had a blonde moment. I spent 2.5 years in the Middle East, R&D, in Iran, sending a beautiful place. Then the Shah was forced out. I'll guarantee majority of the people want to return the old ways. Oh, I bet. Libya was attacked and Gaddafi gold to have the African new currency was taken to Syria with all the weapons. Huh. Antichrist will be loved by almost everyone. Trump is hated quite a bit. Well, that's true that, Michael.
That's
Yeah.
all classroom.
I don't think Trump is the Antichrist. It's not biblical for Trump to be the Antichrist. The Antichrist, I believe, comes from Turkey. Comes from the Middle East anyway.
No.
And Trump isn't from the Middle East. Did I miss it? What you wanted me to look at? Bunker since 1970s deep state. Go into Iran and get the gold. Ha ha. Oh, so you think this is all about the gold? That would make sense. I mean, if it got moved over there, I would definitely dare say that it definitely makes sense. Caller talked about it for a few minutes, but you've been covering for it for a while, and so have others. Okay, good deal, MG. JR, remember them talking about sending Nix to Carolina in 2015. That is the deception. What is the deception, Matthew? That the Antichrist is going to come from Turkey, and according to God's word, you're going to say that that's the deception, and that he has to have the number of the beast is 666, 6 and 3 score. What are you talking about, Rome, Gloria? That the Antichrist is going to come from Rome? Is that what you're saying? I believe biblically it says Turkey, but I'd have to... I heard that the Antichrist will come from Europe. You heard the Antichrist? I know it's from the Middle East. Let me see. Hold on. I mean, there's so many references, and 1 John 2:18 tells you that, little children, it is time. It is the last time. And as we've heard, there are many antichrists shall come. So, I mean, but anything's an antichrist that is against God. And Trump is not against God. And he is not proclaimed to be against God. And we will begin by seeing what the King James Bible has to say about the number. Okay, let's see if this will load. Let's see. It says, let him that have an understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man, and his number is 666, which is 666, if y'all don't know that. The verses in reference to the Antichrist's speculation about the meaning of the number runs the gambit from the being a reference to Babylon's ancient ruler to certain Catholic popes, past, present, or future to certain American presidents, past and present, to Hitler, and on and on, and ad nauseam. If you want to research or review the hype, type 666 into Google and have it. Or if you want to know what the wisdom of the Holy Bible you can keep reading here. First, what does the Bible tell us about wisdom and its source? Give instruction to the wise man, and he will be wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase learning. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. Proverbs 9:9 and 9:10. I know you have to have a reference. Let's see. Latter days. The when in the future, though exactly how far into the future is difficult to determine. It will be during the time of the Holy Bible refers to as the latter days of the Jewish people. See Numbers 24:14, Deuteronomy 4:30, Deuteronomy 31:29, Jeremiah 23:20, Jeremiah 30:24, Jeremiah 48:47. Denotes its identity. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. Great city likened by the spirit of Sodom. And there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen. But that Babylonian captive. The book of Daniel is unsealing. Focus on the Middle East and prophecy. Okay, I'm sure this will come as a shock to many fundamentalists, pre-millennial eschatologists, as it does against the existing theological paradigm. But this is what the King James Bible says. It is not an interpretation. In our website chapter called The Book of Daniel is Unsealing, focused on the Middle East and prophecy. We have already written extensively on the identification, citing additional supporting verses and references. If you're not familiar with the material, I suggest you go read it before continuing here, because you need to have a good understanding of this great biblical truth to comprehend what follows in the rest of this discourse. Sometimes between now and the future times of the great city, that is, the Jerusalem in the book of Revelation, there will be a great political upheaval in the nation of Israel, and there is definitely a great upheaval in the nation of Israel. Although the nation of Israel that exists today is a parliamentarian democracy with ceremonial presidency and real political vested in the prime minister, sometime in the future Israel will become a theocratic monarchy again, and once again it will be ruled by a line of kings and will become a political kingdom in the way it is governed. And all of this happens before the coming of the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. The last king before the second coming of the Lord Jesus Christ will be the Antichrist, the false Messiah. He will be the great king in the great city of the future Jerusalem. This is what the two references of King Solomon, 1 King 10:14 and 2 Chronicles 9:13, concerning the number 666 talents of gold, is all about. The Bible is telling you that the ancient king Solomon and the prosperity of Jerusalem under his reign during his time is a type of majesty and of the last prophetic king and the condition of the future Jerusalem. Let's compare the two for the similarities. Solomon was a great Jewish king who honored the God of his fathers. The Antichrist will be a great Jewish king who does not Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for shall magnify himself above all. But in his estate shall he honor the God of forces, and a God whom his father knew not shall he honor with gold and silver, and with precious stones and pleasant things. In Solomon's day, he built a new temple in Jerusalem. The Apostle Paul tells us that in the future, Jerusalem, there will be another new temple. That ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall come, except there come a falling away first, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he has God, sitteth on in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Then it says there were merchants and much global trading. So I guess they're saying that it's going to be a king. The type of comparison between Jerusalem of the days of Solomon and Jerusalem in the days of the Antichrist is unmistakable. Like King Solomon of old, the Antichrist king will also be a Jewish king. He will not be some Catholic pope or Persian or Arab invader from another land. He will be a Jewish and come from the seed of the Jewish people. And that is where the obscure verse of Ezra comes into play. The children of Adikam, 606 and 6. And it's Ezra 2:13 is where they're referencing. There is a number of the children of Adakim, and the total is 666. However, there is another verse in Nehemiah concerning the very same accounting event that gives a slightly different total. The children of Adakim, 603 score and 7. This verse says that the children of Adakim totaled 667. Why that apparent discrepancy, and that is what is telling us, is a good question. Does it mean that the Antichrist will be formed from the seed line of Adakim, or does it mean that the extra being was detected being present in the head count of the children of Adakim, or is it telling us something else? I did note that the verse in Revelation where it talks about the number of Revelation, the number 13 is associated with Satan, and a number 18 is 3 times 6. Then I looked into the verse number of Ezra 2:13 and Nehemiah 7:18, and noted that if you put the two numbers together, you get 13:18, which matches the chapter number of Revelations, Revelation 13:18. Is that a coincidence? They're asking. Regardless of the time of the Antichrist happened, the dawning of the prophesied, the day of the Lord, the Holy Scripture, behold, the day of the Lord come. And this is one reference, but I'll have to get my notes, because I'm not saying that this, I mean, I'd have to study this. I have never studied this. I just clicked on it. It was the first quick reference, guys. But second 3.5 years. Okay, so what are we talking over here, guys? We got lots. It's the first beast, the Vatican, the Pope. 666 is the number of man, right? Makes me wonder how many accidentally life flyovers nukes were actually transported back when Gates and top of dogs was. There's all kinds of missing nukes, guys, and that is that should concern everybody. So many missing nukes. He is one of the 3 U.S. presidents born in 1946. Cult. Yeah, Trump is. I'm going to tell you guys, the best person that had the possibility of being the Antichrist was Obama, because he came from the Middle East. I'm telling you that Trump does not come from the Middle East, no matter how much people want to believe that he does or whatever. It's not Trump. Now, could he be, going to usher in something else? I don't know, but it's not Trump. The Pope is a form of Antichrist, but he's not the Antichrist. He's a false prophet, is what the Pope is. 98.6 degrees minus 66.6 degrees is 32 degrees. What's up with that? I don't know, Boomstick. What is up with that? I still think it's Obama. He gave himself that seat on the UN. Yeah, and I'm kind of with you. And to me, that would be a stronger possibility. Like I said, Obama, because Obama is from Africa. And that's still, in my opinion, a very strong probability. I mean, but we're not going to know until everything starts happening more. But there's so much stuff that is happening that plays all into the end time prophecy here, guys. But according to that site that I just hear as wisdom, I will, let me give you guys that link there. Anytime you get a link, and of course he says they kept it biblical, all from the King James Version, and I do follow the King James Version. It will be obvious to believers, and it's our job to point this out and save as many as we can. That's it, Matten. That is it. Let's see. Okay. Now you're talking about the Texas border. Missing news for dirty bombs could be set on Mexican border, and the jet stream would take it across the Midwest, and all the crop land would be ruined. Yep, and it won't go away either. Yeah, and he won't go away either. You're so right on that. Yeah, and there hasn't been anything else really said about the situation that happened the other day with that gun battle that took place in Nuevo Laredo. But, I think that was a pretty big deal that they told everyone to stay in place. And no one seems to be talking about it. You could hear the gun battle going on in, Laredo, Texas. Did you hear about the lady from the DRC dropping dead in border custody? No, I don't think I did. If I did, I don't recall. They've been mighty hush on it. Yeah, they have been mighty hush on it. I'm sure. You couldn't copy a link into an email to me? What link was it, Gloria? Did you try to drop the link here, or are you trying to email it to me? Matten says Ebola it happened Christmas. Okay. I'll see if I can find something. I may have done, I don't know. Did I do anything on that? I don't know. There's been so much news to cover. There has not been a lack of news, let me tell you. He was trying on your laptop. Huh. But doesn't have papers to confirm her identification. Huh. You have to take a break. Okay, Gloria. We'll see you in a minute, dear. That's gross, Anne. That is pretty gross. I know you were trying to copy a link. Are you okay, Gloria? I mean, you're just taking a break? Because we've been on here for a good minute. Yeah, that's pretty vague on that lady that died there. They released her husband and kids into America. And who knows where they're at. If any of them are sick. Kind of crazy stuff. Hold on. I'll give it to you, darling. To laptop news. What are we missing? Who knows if they have Ebola? I know. And even if they do have it and they were discovered to have it, do you think that they would ever tell us? No, they wouldn't. Frying your brain. Oh, please don't fry your brain. Of course they are. Yeah, because it's already been discussed and discovered that you actually have to pay the cartel to even cross the border to begin with. It's insane. It is definitely insane, guys. Yeah, and someone said I think you can even have it longer than that. I don't know if you guys ever watched Jennifer for Veterans or Veterans for Jennifer Truth, something like that. She did a special on that Ebola, and her story was extremely informative. Huh. Don't know if they have Ebola. Yeah. Veterans for Truth. Yeah. Jennifer. Yeah. Veterans for Truth. Yeah. She's really good. And she did do an article or a stream on the Ebola situation and how she feels that it's more dangerous than people realize. Okay. And when they have to keep praying their cartels to keep your family safe back in your home country. Yeah. And that's crazy that they have to continue to pay. Yeah. Yep. I've heard all of that. That is just insane. I mean, to think that you have to send, basically you have to pay them to stay in the United States. So therefore you're never going to get ahead. And if you don't pay them, they will hurt whatever family you have left in Mexico. Which is absurd. You're listening, Kevin? Oh, that's cool. I was wondering where you went. Yeah. The big situation in Africa or Kenya is over with. They repelled. But 4 militias died. It does sound like one big mess. It's crazy to think that so many people have to, if they want to leave over there, they have to continuously pay to stay here. So to me, why would you want to continue to pay to stay somewhere? It just doesn't make sense. And my message, though, for anybody that is here illegally, if you want to keep your freedoms, I would not be voting Republican. Although I have some major questions for some Republicans. And 411, have you been following the situation where 18 Republican Congress people or senators or governors or whatever are allowing illegals in their states? Vlad just posted a video in it and he talks about national advisory. Okay, go ahead and post it, sweetheart. Donald John Fitzgerald Kennedy type that in geometry. Now, see, I don't get into all the geometry calculator and all that. Yeah, that's huge. Let me see if I can find an article real quick. I had one. So, Virginia. It was on Twitter. And the sad thing is you have to word it just right. Man. It was on, let me see. I might have to go to DuckDuckGo. I hate when I can't find something. And I just read it, but I don't remember where I read it. I think it was on Twitter. I'm pretty sure it was. 18 Republican. What are you doing, honey?
Mama,
What, baby?
come to bed.
Okay, just a second, sweetheart. Let us see. Sorry.
I gave this picture her son.
Can I have my tablet? Or is it not mine?
Yeah, you can have it.
Thank you. Wasn't it? You took my chips. Why did you take my chips? Did you hear me?
It says many than 30 governors have agreed to accept refugees, but about a dozen Republican governors have stayed silent as they face a decision that must be made by January 21st. So actually, it's 30 according to this article. I'm going to read it to you guys. This is from the AP, and it says the GOP governors grapple with whether to accept refugees or not. Lincoln, Nebraska, AP. The executive order by President Donald Trump giving the states the right to refuse or to take refugees is putting Republican governors in an uncomfortable position. They're caught between immigration hardliners who want to shut the door and some Christian evangelics who believe helping refugees is more an obligation. Others say refugees are vital to fill jobs and keep rural communities afloat. More than 30 governors have agreed to accept refugees, but about a dozen Republican governors have stayed silent as they face a decision that must be made by January 21st, so resettlement agencies can secure federal funding and a time to plan where to place refugees. Trump's executive orders requires governors to publicly say they will accept the refugees. Goodness sakes, I went too quick. Um, they cannot automatically come to their states, even if the cities and counties welcome them. So far, no one has opted to shut out refugees. A North Dakota county voted this month to accept no more than 25 refugees next year, after initially signaling it would be the first to ban them. Trump issued the order in September after slashing a number of refugees allowed into the United States in 2020 to a historic low of 18,000. The reduction is part of the administration's efforts to reduce both legal and illegal immigration. With his order, Trump again thrusted states and local governments into immigration policy, willingly or not. It has caused heated debates and raucous meetings in several states, including North Dakota to Wisconsin. Trump says his administration acted to respect communities that believe that they do not have enough jobs to support the refugees. Refugees can move anywhere in the U.S. after their initial resettlement at their own expense. Republican governors in Nebraska, West Virginia, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Utah, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Arizona, Iowa, and Oklahoma have consented to accepting refugees in 2020. Vermont's Republican governor said he intends to accept refugees. Others have not taken a public stance. They include the Republican governors of Georgia and Missouri, along with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, that state that took in the largest number of refugees this year. Democratic Gavin Newsom of California, the nation's most populous state that resettles many refugees, also has not consented yet, but his office said he plans to do so. So, and there's a little bit more here to read, guys. But again, all them Republican states that are accepting, and you heard me name them all. I named quite a bit of them. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add that to, if you want to continue to read that article, there was quite more to that article, but yeah, that is the Republicans that are going to allow these refugees. So if you were, about, building the wall and making sure people came here legally, then I would be on the phone with my constituents and I would be letting them know how I feel. And if you got to call the governor, call your governor. Okay. There we go. And sadly enough, I had to go to DuckDuckGo to get that article, guys. I could not get it on, and it's an AP article, but I couldn't get it on Google. You can't even spell it. What are you trying to spell? How are you? Good to see you, Scan. Yeah, there is. I don't think that they care anything about the homeless or the vets. It's all about giving to the illegals. Now, and I'm all about, immigrate. I mean, I don't care if people come here from other countries, but you got to do it legally through the proper channels. You cannot just bombard, claim asylum, and come into our country illegally. I'm not about all that. You know, and that's exactly it. And it's extremely frustrating, for myself to to know how much that these people are getting. I mean, they get medical, food stamps, housing. They get it. They get it all. But you know, you and I can barely make ends meet. Not. I'm like, I think 2 months away from getting my Medicare, and I'll be dancing like uh, nobody's business on that day. Oh, good night, Swiss Army, honey. Okay, honey. You have a blessed night. Allowance in education. It is mind blowing, isn't it? It truly is. But it only covers 80%. What only covers 80%? OC, Bobby. I'm waiting. I'm not sure what your 80% Medicare. Yeah, and that's it. And they get Medicaid, and it covers everything. But now Medicare, if you get the supplemental, like the AARP stuff, it's pretty good. A car and a credit card also 25,000 for a head of house and 10,000 for each of their family members. That is insane, and that's wrong. They get ever handed to them hearing. They get everything handed to them. Yeah. Yeah, and they're always there, right? Mm-hmm. It's more reasonable than some of the other ones, yes. Yeah, and I'm on disability, and that's how come because I'm not 60 yet or 63 or whatever it is, but I'm on disability, and that's how come I'll my entitlement day is March 27th because you have to be on disability, which I think is crazy for 2 years before you're able to get Medicare for United States citizens, that is. But if you are a illegal alien, you can come over here and get it for free. Get Medicaid anyway, and they pay for everything. Nearby JWTV channel. No, I haven't seen China activity in California. Lillian? Let me see what you're talking about. And what kind of China activity are you talking about? Just a lot of Asian people? Or are you talking UN, from China? Military? Okay, let me go here. I'm not finding anything yet, so give me a second. I have to dig. Yeah, I'm still not finding anything. Hold on. Also about boots on the ground and multiple entities as well as Antifa. Yeah. I shared a video and I talked about the one that American Joe put out. Lillian, he said that there was now he didn't. I don't know that he confirmed troops there yet, but he did confirm Antifa and Black Lives Matter
He's coming in.
and MS 13 gang. He did confirm all of that there. And he's made a couple other videos, but I have been so busy I haven't had a chance to watch really anybody else's. I know that Virginia Prepper and goodness sakes, I can't think of who the other person was, but they did a 4-hour stream, and he's done a couple other videos since then, and they've talked about it. Okay, I got slimmed by a neighbor today who let me roll right up on her and talk for a few minutes before she told me she was. Oh no. Oh, bless your heart, Gloria, mercy. That's horrible. Also lots of news out of Virginia about Tifa. Yeah, multiple entities. Yeah, Tim Kaine's, he's I think, the senator for there. His son is an Antifa member, so he's definitely going to have Antifa there. That's just a given. But did you hear, Lillian? I have been trying to share this just about in every stream that I've been doing because not really anyone's talking about it. And if anyone's talking about it, I haven't heard them talk about it. But there's actually going to be two rallies, I guess you could say, or two marches, whatever you want to call it. The NRA is going to have an event on January 13th. And JWTV has it on his channel, YouTube. JWTV has the NRA rally on there as well. Is that what you're saying? Wow. Yeah, a lot. My daughter-in-law and my grandson and my granddaughter all have already had the flu in Tennessee. Needless to say, we don't want to go visiting nobody no time soon. I love my grandbabies, but I have enough grandbabies here, and we all don't need to pass around the flu. And my mom has AML leukemia, and she can't afford to get sick like that. China flatbed trucks near 200. China flatbed trucks near 210 freeway. Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. Yeah, they are. He's talked about the NRA. Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, I have never heard of JW, but I'm glad that somebody else has been talking about them. Okay, KM. Okay, so I am referring to American Joe video. He has, they've got surveillance going on, people going out there and, scoping things out. There's been reports of Antifa being there, spotted already, MS 13, and the Black Lives Matter groups are all in Virginia. They've been spotted there. There is a rally, KM, coming up January 13th that is from the NRA. The NRA is hosting that one. But besides the BCDL or the VDCL one that is going to be on January 20th, where we have more people. I believe that is. I mean, I don't know which one's going to be bigger, but I haven't heard any YouTubers saying that they were going to go to the event for the NRA, as I have heard people talk of the January 20th one. There's quite a few YouTubers that I know that is actually going to be going to the event on January 20th. A friend of mine told me to put Neosporin on a Q-tip swab the inside of each nostril. She's a nurse. It helps you keep you from catching anything. Huh. Well, that's pretty cool. There you go, Gloria. Did you hear what Scan said, to put Neosporin and it'll help you keep from getting stuff? And she's a nurse. Not Scan, but her friend. Prayers for her and her baby, who are both sick. Her name is Sue Ann. Aw. Okay, we'll definitely pray for Sue Ann, sweetheart. Mexico in control of National Guard for the country. No one's asked the question, what countries are they from? The UN in Mexico is in control of National Guard for the country. CDC on vitamin D helping the flu. Okay. Extra vitamin C and zinc. What's going on in Florida? I haven't watched that Veteran for Truth, Lillian, yet. As guns and gadgets. Okay. Yeah. And I was just confirming that information that he was speaking of as far as the UN troops. I don't believe anybody has actually spotted anybody there. Now, I will go as far as to say that I have a contact in Tennessee, in this Tennessee State Trooper, and there had been mention that, you know, they were going to put up a roadblock in between Tennessee and Virginia to keep everybody in or out or whatever. And there has been no confirmation of that, of Tennessee involvement. Now, not to say that they haven't asked the National Guard, or they haven't asked another agency, or that they're not sitting on this information until it's closer to the day or whatever. But as of right now, my friend from the state trooper's office in Tennessee has said that they haven't received anything that would aid them in making a roadblock to keep people from entering in Virginia via that way. That's awesome, Scan. Yeah, and yeah, they've been supposedly training. I don't know if it's 250 soldiers, but that's what they've been saying, Lillian, about the UN and the soldiers over there in Cuba. But the craziest thing is I really went on a search to find out everything I could about the UN. I mean, and again, you have to note that the UN is hiring in New York, which that's one of the the things that should have every American concerned, that they are actually hiring for disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration in New York. And that should just put everybody, oh, most definitely, girl. But January 8th is the vote on firing the police law on gun control. January 20th is a vote on gun control law. Okay. So, and on January 13th is when the NRA is going to have their rally. Yeah, and see, and my concern is if you're going to be busing people, I mean, I don't know that that's going to be a good thing. You don't want to get somewhere and get stuck, you know? I mean, I don't know that I would want to take a bus to the to the thing, but if you don't have a choice, I guess you don't have a choice. Yeah. And it is worrisome. It really is. Yeah, it is. And my thoughts and prayers go out to everybody in Virginia and anyone that plans on going. I'm just curious between, if they do pass the bill to fire the police officers or the law enforcement there on January 8th, if they'll try something before the law goes into a vote or whatever. I don't know. And supposedly it's been verified also about the what do you want to call it? Them cutting off the power. And I had a really good article, guys, and I don't know if you heard me read that one from Liberty. I think it's Sweet Liberty. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it here. Let me do this. Trying to get see if I can get that link, guys. Computer's not wanting to be nice to me. What, baby?
I keep the battery in. They're gone.
Okay, we'll go get Papa to fix it.
No, Papa's asleep.
Avery.
I won't even turn on.
Well, you have to get Papa to fix it because I don't know how to fix it, sweetheart.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You just get a screwdriver and see what's clogging it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's what I'll do. That's it. I'm open.
Let's see if it's on here. I just have to find out where I stuck it, guys. See if it's over here. Let's see. Here it is. Found it. Okay. And I will copy it. And here is a good article, or I don't know if you want to call it an article. A good site, how's that? And it's called Globalist Plan to Disarm America. And it talks about the Plan 72, 77 And that has been going, I have all of that documented, all of the documentation, all of these publications in the Wixit site under the UN. There's like two different posts that are just strictly for my UN. When I did a couple of videos on Brighton, and so I have two things that are specifically for the UN, and in those two sites, there's a lot of documentation in there. If any of you guys are interested in any of that. I know it is a lot of news, Jules. It really is. Okay, Gloria. When all the Virginia people started coming out about Virginia, nothing was said about the NRA, only about the Virginia people acknowledging the Constitution and the oath they keep. Yeah. Well, and a lot of people were hollering, "Where's the NRA? Why isn't the NRA going to be here? What are they doing?" Well, the NRA is going to be there on January 13th. So, I do know that much. And like I said, there's a couple of articles in there. It is funny that Democrats are very different up here than you appear to be, Renee. And Antifa either does not exist or they think they are heroes. You're saying that Antifa doesn't exist? And I'm not a Democrat, thank you. And you're saying Democrats are very different up here than you appear to be. Well, I am not a Democrat. And I would not vote for a Democrat. One, I am pro-life. Two, I'm not a socialist. I don't believe that we need bigger government. I think we need lesser government. And did you see Homeland Security NTAS bulletin? No. Let me check it out.
Her hair, I can't brush it with hers in front.
Security. Da-da-dum. The PDF? Okay. If I can find it, I'm gonna have to hit. Okay, JC. Training on in Florida beaches. Huh. Right. Exactly. And they are hiring in New York. I do have that plan there. Is that not an act of an aggression towards a U.S. sovereign? Saying U.S. has violated international law. They was talking with a man about a woman who died in Alaska who was from Congo. She died from Ebola. Oh my goodness sakes, Gloria. And see, and we were just talking about a woman passing there on the border of Mexico, and they've got it all hush hush. Oh, you're good. I will check it out real quick. Today, Acting Secretary of Homeland Security Chad F. Bush issued a National Terrorism Advisory System bulletin pertaining to the changing threat of the successful airstrike in Iraq that eliminated Okay. That was kind of, I don't know. Not really. There's an NTSA. I got the guide for NTSA, the PDF. Their advisory thing. I wasn't looking for, I was at the wrong place anyway. But wow, not really anything. You're good, JC. I thought there was actually a sane Democrat. Check. No, I'm not a Democrat. By far am I a Democrat. I support Donald Trump. One would ask if they're coming from certain countries with certain known viruses. How are they screening them? Yeah, and they're not, but that's just the whole thing. They're not really screening them. That's the issue, Lillian. What do you think would happen if they blew up the Golden Gate Bridge? Oh, wow. In San Francisco, it would be huge. I think they would be in trouble. They would get some of that $2 billion worth of equipment. I think it was $2 trillion worth of equipment that we just got that the president was boasting about. Is there not a screening process that has more evasive to better safeguard passengers? No, and that's just it. I don't think that they are implementing the safeguards of any screening things whatsoever. They hold them for so long in one place. They try to process them. However they process people, but to my knowledge, there's really not no true screening process, and that's what everyone needs to be concerned about. And that's how come so many people have come up with the measles now. That's how come, you're hearing about people dying of Ebola. It's a real threat. I mean, they had an outbreak in the state facilities there in Texas at some of those prisons with the measles not too long ago. I think it's been a couple of months, but there was a whole bunch of them. You can, I think do you have my house number, Gloria? I can take a phone call. Let me activate it. And I'll give you I don't know if you have the, hold on. 605 313 5111. Good night, Kevin. Have a blessed night, honey. Code. Now give me just a second and I will activate it, Gloria. There you go. Okay. Let's see. 1605 313. Yeah, exactly, KM. And that's wrong.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There is one host in this conference.
Okay. I'm ready. We'll turn it down till you get on there. It's all the agenda. It is. Agenda 21. All of it. That is for sure. The Golden Gate Bridge will go, then the Great Awakening. Okay, I see you all there. Amen, Matthew. I did have a dream about the Golden Gate Bridge collapsing, but it was from volcanoes and earthquakes. I saw it coming down. And heard the sirens and everything. And I have never been to the Golden Gate Bridge. I've never been to California. Could the airlines not be held liable for not safeguarding the public for not properly screening those from other countries with known viruses. I don't know. I don't know that you can blame the airlines. I would blame the State Department because, see, just like the situation in China with the bubonic and the pneumonic plague. Now, not so much, I guess they're not so concerned with the bubonic because you can actually only get it from the flea itself, and it's not really transmitted from person to person. Whereas the pneumonic plague, you can get from another human. It's extremely contagious, and you know, Russia took precautionary measures to stop. Put in some kind of screening thing, basically on their borders to, amen, Matthew. And they pretty much took care of their border over there. But as far as I know, they're, hey, darling.
There. You know, this has been going on a long time. This whole thing with ill people coming across the border,
Right.
and it's just escalating. But back in the summer, in the early part of the summer of 2019, I saw an interview with the San Antonio mayor, and they were shipping in the asylum seekers, you know, the ones that were told on the other side of the border what to say in order to gain access.
Mm-hmm.
And they were shipping them to San Antonio, and they had nowhere to put them, so they cleaned out one of the pieces of property that the city owned, and they put cots and stuff in there, and were feeding these people. They had no plans for them when they arrived. They didn't know they were arriving, and then they were asking her, "Are you afraid of the Ebola?" And she goes, "Oh, no." She said, "You have 21 days of incubation." They've been coming across the desert. There's no way that they would be ill with Ebola. And I'm like, aren't those people coming up on flatbed trucks and buses and, people driving them to the border? How in the world could she possibly know whether these people were sick or not? And they were taking them from there, putting them on buses, and sending them to various cities across the United States. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. So are you saying that it's not a problem or that it is a problem?
Oh, it's a problem. It's a very big problem. The same thing is happening with the measles.
Right.
And the other diseases that they're bringing. They have a disease that's like polio, and there's no known vaccine or cure even for it. And so you see them sometimes on the news, they're showing them pushing people in wheelchairs.
Right.
It's like polio, and there's no vaccine. I don't know if you had people that you grew up with. I mean, I'm 66, so I grew up when polio was a real problem. And two of the kids in my neighborhood actually got polio. One was so severe, when she was 18, she just said, "I don't want to live anymore. I'm not going to try anymore. I'm done." It was horrible. And then my brother's best friend, Roy, he had it, and it had affected just one of his legs. So he could walk, but he had to wear a special shoe, and he had to swing his
Right.
other foot. But this is a disease that's like polio. And I wonder how many are being infected with this, and they're not even saying anything about it. Then
Right.
there's the antibiotic-resistant tuberculosis that is also that they know these people are carrying across the border. And it's antibiotic-resistant. Tuberculosis doesn't just get in your lungs. It can get in any part of your body. And there's no treatment for it.
Right.
there's lots of different diseases that are coming over the border that they know are coming over the border. And what do? They turn it around and they say, oh, we have to vaccinate all of your children for measles. Which, when was the last time there was a problem with measles?
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, there hasn't been, that I can think of, there has not been anything, in forever. I mean, it hasn't been an issue because people here are vaccinated. But yet,
Exactly.
not too long ago, it's been a couple of months, Gloria. I don't know if you remember the story or not, but there was several jails in Harris County that had been like quarantined basically because of all the measles.
No, I didn't hear that story.
Let me see if I can find an article. I was looking up this one article that, in fact, let me scan. I believe I have an article in one of those sites that I put in there earlier tonight about it. Like I told you, I've been taking care of it's a small town. Yep, I hear you. I hear you, Scan. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that article, though. Harris County Jails is where it was. Measles. And I'll put it in the description. Yeah, this was back in June. June 21st. I just remember it was update. 400 inmates are now quarantined at Harris County Jail because of mumps outbreak. I'm going to share this article and hopefully it'll share. It's really long.
Mumps, not measles, mumps.
Oh, you're talking about okay, I'm talking about the measles. Yeah, I can share that article.
Right. Did you just say that the people that were in the jail were quarantined because they had mumps or measles?
Yeah, mumps. But there's also one of the measles, I'm pretty sure. Let me see.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, mumps. Okay, sorry.
I'm vaccinated against all of that now.
Yeah.
So
So it was mumps, and I was thinking,
Have to be people that have come across the border that have never been vaccinated.
yeah, and 2 separate jails had to be quarantined, but there was over 400 that had that. And here is a story on at high risk for the measles.
Well, that has to be people that have come to the United States that have never been immunized for mumps.
Right. Here we go.
So they're infecting one another in the jail.
Right.
So there's 400 in the jail. I wonder what the capacity of the jail is for there to be 400 people there that had to come from over the border into the United States, either from, and I don't know where Harris County is.
It's in outside of Houston. It's all of Houston, just about. It's like it's a good part of it. I think it's all of Houston, to be honest. I mean, there might be another county there, but it's pretty much all of Houston, the Houston area.
Well, anybody that's working in there that goes home and has a baby that isn't old enough
Right.
to have received its mumps, vaccine yet, then they could get mumps.
Right.
Or they could get measles. I mean, they could bring this home to their families.
Right.
To the little infants and stuff. This is
Yeah.
nuts. Besides them just wandering around in the community at large, we used to have Ellis Island in New York, and they would quarantine people there for 2 weeks. And they were not allowed to intermingle, and they had to be, physically cleared before they could come into the States.
Right.
So that we made sure that we weren't bringing in diseases that were going to affect the population.
Right.
But we're not doing that at the border.
No, we're not. They don't care, and that's the sad thing about the whole thing.
And now they are actually infecting people on purpose with different things, and I can't find the information on exactly what it is they're doing, what they're injecting them with that's making them sick. So when they come across the border, they have to go into medical care. They can't be deported. They can't be turned away. And so they're coming into the United States, into our medical system, and they're actually injecting them with something on the other side of the border before they come across so that they have to stay because they're sick.
Right.
This is how bad it's getting. I mean, the Democrats, I don't know why Paul Ryan would not introduce bills when we had the majority of the House as Republicans and the Senate. And, well, there was, Barry, but even when Trump was in, before this 2018 election, there were enough Republicans that we could have closed all the immigration loopholes. Why wasn't that done then?
I couldn't tell you. It needed to be done. It should have been done, Gloria. It seriously should have been done.
I know. It was like Paul Ryan was against us. He was like in with the Democrats in the whole New World Order agenda whole thing, Because why else wouldn't you, when you have the power to do something that important, something that is impacting our nation, the way it's impacting us, and the people that are traveling through the deserts and stuff, the ones that aren't coming up, on George Soros buses and, flatbed trucks, it's impacting the United States. It's costing us a lot of money, and they had the power. They had enough votes that they could have fixed the immigration laws then.
Right. Oh yeah, and they didn't do anything to fix it, Gloria. And it's like it's not. It seems to be part of their plan, because this is how they plan on stealing the election. I guess I don't know. MG said, this is what he says, is to replace us with poor and stupid. They want people that will do whatever they say, and those immigrants already live under dictatorships.
They live under the Mexican cartel.
Right. That's true. They don't live on the Mexican cartel run that over there.
Oh, there might be a president in an office in Mexico,
Right.
but he is not in power. He might come here and meet with the president of the United States,
Right.
but he is not in power.
Right.
The cartel is in power over there. They run everything.
Right.
And they have moved into our country, and they've been here for years and years and years, decades and decades and decades. They've been here, but it's never been a problem because the numbers were not that great. Now the numbers have gotten to the point that it's obvious that we have a problem with too many people coming across the border and taking American jobs. And it was really apparent before Trump started making all the manufacturing come back and increasing job growth and the economy growing. And now they're like, all they can see are dollar signs in America, Let's rush in. So there's just mobs of them coming. And now, there's Mexican troops on the other side of the border. We have our troops down at the border, but they can't do anything. Have you ever thought about this? I think it's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. That U.S. American soils. Protect the people of
Right.
America.
Well, I will say, I don't know if you're paying attention to all this stuff that's going on in chat, but someone said, I think Lillian said it, that that's why we have separate branches, that one cannot override the other or overrule the other. But that is how it's supposed to work, but that is not how it is working. Clearly, it seems to all be being run through the House of Representatives. No,
I know.
no,
Well, that's the thing with the House of Representatives is that they have to introduce any legislation that can go to the Senate and then the President's desk. The Democrats are the only ones, the House makes the laws. They
Right.
also hold the purse strings. But Nancy Pelosi has just been there twiddling her thumbs and rubbing her chin trying to think, how can we impeach this president? And that's all that they're obsessed, absolutely obsessed. And our country is like going to in a handbasket.
right, and it has, and it's crazy because it's like Pelosi. In all seriousness, with all her little trips that she recently has made, she feels like she runs the country. They think that, I mean, Adam Schiff, did you hear his comment? The president didn't pass that by us. The president does not have to pass it through them to make an action. He can declare war even and doesn't have to go through Congress. Now,
Well,
I mean,
that's okay. There was a law that was passed, and it says that the president has the power to take military action against any terrorist.
right. Exactly.
So that Republican Guard was declared as terrorist.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he does not have to get Congress's approval or input or inform them or even whisper in anybody's ear what he's doing in regards to the terrorists and attacking them.
Right. And and my whole thing is the president is supposed to be is supposed to have the highest office, and he is over the he's the commander in chief. He is over the military branch of it. That is the commander in chief. Hence commander in chief, correct?
Right, exactly. And he has feet on the ground and ears to the ground and eyeballs all around the whole world.
Right.
These people feed back the information, and then there's other groups that verify what they've received is accurate, and then that goes into the military, chiefs, and they talk about it, and they strategize, and they figure out what's the best thing to do with their years and years and years of experience, and then they advise the president.
Well, they are all, okay, Lillian, in all seriousness, I think I've already looked up all these definitions once before, but in all seriousness, they have already breached their oath because they actually violated the Constitution when they did their basement kangaroo.
Impeachment secret hearing.
Yes. So they are already
They
in
didn't allow the
derelict.
president to have. They didn't allow the Republicans to call witnesses. They controlled what the witnesses' questions could be answered that were asked by the Republicans.
Yep.
And then when it did get to the judicial part, and they said, "Oh, Mr. President, would you like to come down and defend yourself against all this crap?" He says, "No, thank you. I think I'll just wait till you get to the Senate."
Because they wasn't asking him to come defend himself or anything. He was called in at the last of it to where he could hear them take their show their parade of their speeches and take their vote. That was the part he was asked to come.
Right.
Yeah.
They
So,
weren't going to give him, what is it? They were not going to give him due process.
right,
They
they
were
denied,
not going to allow any due process. They didn't allow the minority in the intelligence community to even have due process. According to House constitutional rules regarding impeachment and
Right.
the way it was supposed to progress,
right,
and then the Republicans were, as a minority, were supposed to have a hearing.
right,
But Jerry Nadler said, well, it doesn't say when you can have that hearing, but I'll let you know. And he never let them have that hearing. And the other thing, Renee, is they still have not given all of the transcripts from the shift meeting in the basement to the Judiciary Committee. There's still like 7,000 pages of testimony that happened in the basement that the Judiciary Committee didn't even receive.
right. And so they're still lacking evidence. But the whole kicker of this whole thing, though, is according to the Constitution, it's not a valid impeachment until they pass those impeachment articles over to the Senate. And
Yeah.
but yet everyone's acting like it was a big to do thing. Well, it's not a big to do thing, and it's not even an official impeachment until they hand over the articles. And they haven't handed over the articles. So everything that they have done was an abuse of power. They've done everything that they've accused Trump of. They've abused power. They have committed treason, in my opinion, sedition at the very least, but they have violated the constitutional oath. They have, and of course, that's all you heard was how it was their constitutional oath. I'm telling you, when I was watching it, I was so sick of hearing how it was their constitutional oath. I almost got sick. So tired.
I know. I know. And how they would stand up there so solemn and acting like, it's such a serious matter and we're really, this is horrible that we're having to do this and it's a solemn day. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Well, excuse me while I go throw up because you're absolutely making me sick. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, it is.
Absolute disgrace.
I mean, and the sad thing is they did all this. Okay, we got to see the first. We got to see the House interview Horowitz for the FISA abuse. Okay, but from my and I still did not. I still did not get to watch that. I continue to tell myself every day I'm going to go and look up the hearing on from the Senate. But from my understanding, the Senate hearing that they did over in the Senate House with the FISA with Michael Horowitz was explosive, and even more came out. And so,
Right.
and it got overshadowed because it was on the same day of this impeachment scam crap. You got to watch all
Right.
six
It's like they try to distract the public from seeing the truth. They don't want anything
Yes.
to break their false narrative. How, oh my gosh, Renee, do you remember when Trump went to the G7?
Mm-hmm.
And Pelosi comes out with this crazy mess, and then when he's in NATO, they come out with this whole impeachment thing.
Right.
Today he's meeting with world leaders concerning for the American people's benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And they're berating him publicly here in America. I mean, there was no coverage, none of him at the G7. The meeting at NATO, all they could show
Right. I have
Are you
a,
kidding me?
right. And that was,
These
embarrassing.
people are all in it together.
Okay, Lillian is trying to ask if we do not agree with her, that we think that what the Democrats have done is a sign of insurrection by the Democrats. It is a sign of tyranny. They have, in my opinion, took the government.
Absolutely, it's tyranny. They have totally disregarded the Constitution. Everything that the president, now look, these people have been in Congress a long time. If they don't know the Constitution by now, they're never going to know the Constitution.
And the sad
Everything that the president has done, have they or have they not, fought him in court to stop him, to hold up the progress, to try to delay. It's all that was delaying because they knew that they were wrong, and he absolutely had the power to do all the things that he's been doing.
Yeah.
But they take it to the Ninth Circuit Court, which we know from their, performance that they're always going to side with the Democrats. Then it has to go up to the higher court. And then we have to wait because the Supreme Court is full, and we have to wait. But it's nuts. These people are crazy, insane to make a new world order. And when Donald Trump got in office, they have been doing everything they could. When they saw the crowds that he was drawing, when he was running for election, they immediately started trying to tear him down, finding dirt on him. Well, obviously, the man must be clean from his head to his toes because nobody's found anything that'll stick.
Right. Exactly. But all that they did was illegal to begin with.
Exactly. And why are they trying to get his tax returns? You are supposed to get those kinds of records, tax returns, when you are proposing legislation that would affect. So how is that supposed to work? No, they want to get his tax returns because they want to look in there and see, oh, here's the thing where he did a deal with Russia.
Right.
From the very beginning, they have been after this man to keep him out of office. They saw the way the people of America were flocking to him, because he wasn't part of the group. He's not part of the swamp. He is not a deep state creature. He cannot be bought. He cannot be controlled. And they are trying their best to kick him out of office. And they haven't been able to. So now they're just going to sidestep him. And watch this, people. It's coming.
Yeah.
They're going to start appealing to the UN.
Right. And they already have, to my knowledge. I think AOC has, and Pelosi, and I can't ever think of her name. The other, they have already started appealing to the UN though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Omar is encouraging the people to riot and to fight back against Americans.
Now, Lillian, hold on just a second, Gloria.
Isn't that like sedition?
Right. And that's what it, well, see, I say it's treason. And because, but because we're not at war, we are at war, but we're not at war. Does that make sense? I think because it hasn't been, it hasn't been a classification of war. But if you ask anybody, why do we have men over in the Middle East that are being shot at, missiles and everything else? If that's not war, I don't know what is. But I wanted to point out, Lillian was asking for the insurrection definition, and I had copied it and pasted it, so it is in there, and it's in two parts. But it is the Insurrection Act of 1807 is the United States federal law that governs the ability of the President of the United States to deploy military troops within the United States to put down lawlessness, insurrection, and rebellion.
But that wasn't that changed? Didn't they change that in like the 70s, Renee?
I don't see that there's been a change. Can Trump use the Insurrection Act on immigrants? And it says it's an umbrella term for a series of statutes that date all the way back to the founding father, which Congress, let's see what this says. I have to click on it. Donald Trump has pursued an array of action that once seemed to both within the letter of those laws and indictment of the open-endedness of this statutory delegation. If the Daily Caller is correct, the latest addition to this list may soon be the Insurrection Act, which the president plans to remove all illegal immigrants from the United States. The outlet reported yesterday if the president does actually call out the U.S. military to help deport undocumented immigrants, that could be the most clearly lawful and most historical and defensible. And he did call National Guard, but I don't believe that the National Guard is the same as the regular military. I'm not sure on that because there is a different classification, I believe. So I'm not sure.
Usually, I think that the National Guards are stationed in each of the states, and they're reserves to the military. Should
Right.
a war break out, before they would draft anyone,
They would call them.
up
Right.
the reserves.
Yeah,
the
but
National Guard.
I know some people in the reserves, and I'm telling you, they're still going to probably need to call up a lot of people. I'm just saying. I mean, there's
We're spread pretty thin all the way around the world.
yeah,
Our might is that our soldiers are well trained, and we have a lot of technology.
right,
But Hillary Clinton was very liberal with who she shared our technology with, such as China.
right,
You know, I mean, and all these other people who made all these deals. Uranium One. Well, there you go. Well, Hillary Clinton, what were you doing with those Russians? But, you know, it was not just Hillary Clinton. There were two committees in Congress, and I tell you, Google's got it all wiped out, and you can't find it, who those members were. But I know Jeff Sessions was one of them
right.
on one of those committees. And that's, I think, why he really recused himself from the Hillary Clinton investigation.
Right. Well, Lillian, I will tell you that I agree with you. They have committed treason and high treason at that. But nobody is stepping up to enforce this. This is just like the red flag laws. Those are unconstitutional, and nobody has challenged them. Just like the
Because you
California,
have no due process.
and just
First they come, they take your guns, they leave you there in your house with
right,
knives and matches and your car keys and
Right.
poison and, you know,
Yeah.
a chainsaw maybe and an axe. And, you know, okay, so they leave you there with all that, but they take the gun, you know, so you don't shoot anybody because that's what we're after is your guns. Because they
this
can't
channel
do
is
anything
based
with us
AF.
as long as we're armed.
What is this channel based AF? I'm not understanding what an AF is. According to Servi Unicorn. I don't know. He said this channel is AF. I don't know. We're not AF, but anyway, I'm sure I don't know what he's talking about. He meant based. Oh. Okay. And what is he saying? Oh, okay. Well, we will. There we go.
I don't like all this stuff that we're into with the UN.
Right.
I'm very
There's-
concerned about this.
There's
Very
two.
concerned. Someone was saying there's something in the USMCA that basically, okay, the New World Order in the UN and the Agenda 21, all of these pieces fit together. All these entities are working together, and the EU, where they clump together all of these countries, and they're wanting to clump together Canada, America, and Mexico into one piece. And somebody was saying something, and I'm listening to the stuff all day long, and sometimes the water's running, or the washing machine's spinning, and I don't quite catch what they're saying. But they were talking about. I lost my train of thought. Just went right out the window.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Did you catch it?
No, it's just going too fast, and I'm going too slow. Gosh, I can't remember. It just went right on my head. That happens to you as you get older. It's quite irritating.
Right. I hear you.
They were talking about something, but I couldn't hear the whole thing. So it was just like a blip. Oh, that the USMCA was going to make the whole American continent one piece like the EU. And that, under the USMCA, that either of the three countries could call in the UN into their country to help them militarily.
Right. So what do you, I
Did you
mean,
hear something about that?
I heard that they're
I caught
trying.
it when it flew back around the window.
Okay, so when Obama, I got you. So when Obama was downsizing us, and this goes with what I heard today and what I read today from that Sweet Liberty. If you go and you check that article that I posted in chat,
I
it's
heard you reading that.
Okay.
Right, we're supposed to be eliminating our military.
right,
This is the problem with the whole thing with Donald Trump.
Right.
Is that now they cannot stop him. They have tried and tried to kick him out of office. They've tried to impeach him. They've embarrassed themselves. But they're still spewing lies on, MSNBC and CNN and all these other news channels that repeat everything the same all the way across the board. They're all saying the same thing. It's crazy.
Right.
And oh my gosh, Renee, it's just, sometimes I can't even think that I can take it all in. I'm like, okay, my brain's going to crack open any minute, and all these little cells are going to run away screaming. But they can't get him out. They keep trying.
right. No,
And
they.
he had the
Well-
whole thing with the food poisoning, and his heart, but it was, a lot of people didn't hear the story from Dave Hodges about the food poisoning. That his taster got really sick, and that's why they took the president to the hospital. And there was the whole statement from the White House that, he just had some free time that weekend, and he just went over to the hospital and to get some of these, health checkups that he does at the beginning of every year out of the way.
Right.
So, and then when they were over in Normandy and he couldn't go to this one event
Well,
it's too foggy. But
I have a
it's
scenario.
the Secret Service job to protect him, but they can't get him out, Renee. They can't
Well,
get
I
him
have
out.
a thought for
So
you.
they're going to
And I-
sidestep him.
This is
They're
just
pushing ahead Virginia with the cotton picking gun laws. 3 years ago, Colorado was doing this mess. That was that thing I sent to you, and you said, "Oh, that's years old," and I'm like, "Yeah, but it's relevant because."
well, and I used it, and I used it, and of course, I had people coming at me and telling me that it was old, and I was telling them, but it's relevant because we have cops that are speaking out and speaking up about it being unconstitutional, about how they are just trying to unarm us. And I did find it relevant, and I did use it. I don't know if you saw me use it or not, but I did. I sure did.
Yeah.
But I wanted to tell you.
I didn't see you. I didn't see you when you used it, but when I popped in chat on I think it was on the Bible study, and I asked you if you had seen it. And you said, yeah, but it was a year old. And I'm like, yeah, but it was relevant.
Oh, no. I used it. I did use it. And I don't know if you knew I used it. I had used it prior to that video or made a special video or something. But I think it was before the Bible video. But I used it and we talked about it. But the only thing of it is that cop supposedly got in trouble, and this is my thought on that. And this is what I told everyone, and this is what I'll tell everyone, is regardless if that cop got in trouble, he still was standing up for the right reasons. And if you will take a gander at everybody that has tried to stand up against the institution, they always find something to come at you with. And they make stuff up. Look at the Russian collusion hoax. I mean, give me a break. Look at everything that they went through to bring Trump down. On a serious note, so is it possible that all that stuff was fabricated on that deputy or sheriff or whatever? Yeah, very much so. Giving what I've just
look what they did to Judge Moore in Alabama. Was it Alabama?
Yep, it was Alabama,
Yeah.
and I love Judge Moore. He is actually with the
I
pastor.
know, but they come out with this pedophile stuff, and then
And it was off.
And then they did the same thing. They tried to do the same thing to Kavanaugh.
Right, and it's
I
all
mean, that's their
MO.
And then there was the smoky thing, and oh my gosh.
Yep. Well, see, I have
And who's really doing all this devious, demented activity?
Yeah, we're still here, Colleen. Well, I have a scenario, and I have talked about this with my mom, and my mom is like, "Oh no, this is just one of those," and this is just a theory, guys. This is nothing that I can say that, oh, this is going to happen. So you can agree to disagree with me, but just hypothetically, say that they were going to remove Trump. What would be the first action that they would want to do? They would want to unarm America, would they not? If they actually had plans of removing our president to implement some big NWO plot, plan, their agendas, whatever, because it's kind of crazy that all this stuff happened in Virginia with the mere fact that there was not a Republican on the ticket, right? That's why a lot of people didn't go vote. That's
They
why
redrew all of the district lines, the voting district lines. They redrew them all so that even though if you looked at the state of Virginia and the counties that Trump took, it looks like the map of the United States for the 2016 election is what, when they show you Virginia, it looks like that.
But they also did.
It would look exactly like that, like New York on one
But
side.
if you listen to,
but they redrew the district voting lines, and then they didn't even have Republicans to run.
Right. They didn't have Republicans on the ticket. Yeah, because if you listen to the Virginia Prepper, that's why a lot of people did not go vote, was because there was no Republican on the ticket. So, okay, so you go through the links to have all of this taken care of in Virginia. Why? I ask you why. I mean, it's not just to steal election, but there has to be, there's more to it. And that's my thing. I mean, and then so quickly we're going into this. They're taking guns. They took guns in New York. They taking guns in California. Or, well, I don't think that they're actually taking guns in California, but they are passing all this new legislation. There's 17 states that have red flag laws.
Red flag.
Right.
Mhm.
So,
Which is totally unconstitutional.
right. So if they wanted to go around and start taking people's guns, they have a good legal standing to do so right now. And according to the new laws, even though they may be unconstitutional, but I'm just, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm just saying, if they were going to do that, that's what they would have to do. And the mere fact that all this stuff is happening just so meticulously, so close to all this impeachment crap, and they're still holding on to the impeachment articles, you have to ask yourself, why are they still holding on to the articles? If he's
Because
such...
the charges that they're trying to bring him up on are ludicrous, and there's nothing in there that's a criminal act that would qualify as an impeachable offense. So they're beating the drums for their base.
Well, and I understand.
And now we're going to tell the Senate how to do it.
And I understand that.
And Mitch McConnell's like, well, I have to tell Nancy that, according to the rules, and I love Mitch McConnell when he gets up there. And sometimes his voice is so deep that I'm like, what did he say?
Well, but haven't you been paying attention to all of the Republicans that are the never Trumpers that have actually, supposedly they have supposedly they think they have a portion of the vote that it would take to have him impeached. Now,
why do you think that Paul Ryan moved from Wisconsin to Washington, D.C. recently?
Yeah. Why? Exactly. Why?
Because he is like one of those people that knows where all the bodies are buried.
Mm-hmm. That, and
yeah, You're exactly right with your theory, Renee. Because, and I love the way when you talk about something and you go, whatever.
But I'm just saying, but
cracks me up every time, like your husband in the kitchen and he says something and you say, blah, 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 whatever.
Well, it's because I'm going to say something I probably shouldn't, and I try to cover it up. So I don't want to sound too out there, I want people to come back. And that's it.
You don't want to act like the rest of us, huh? You got to guard yourself.
I've got to be, refrained, and I have to have all my chickies in a row. But I'm just saying, if that was what they had planned, I mean, if that's where they're going, is to actually remove him, that would be a good place to start, would be to unarm Americans. Because
yeah, they would have to disarm us, or they will never be able to go up there and take him physically out of office and commandeer and a coup, an actual coup, and go in there and take Donald Trump and Mike Pence out of the White House and all of their administration people, and arrest them, and then put in new leadership of their own choosing.
Right. And again, and like I said,
in order to do that,
right,
you're absolutely right. They have to disarm Americans. And that's why they're doing what they're doing in Virginia now. And that's why they were doing what they did in Colorado and what they're doing around the United States with these red flag laws and what they're doing to our military, our ex-military.
Right.
Oh, they've got PTSD, and anybody with a mental illness, they shouldn't have a gun.
Well,
So,
see, and they also now they continue to talk about, even if they don't get him removed, they're going to continue to impeach him. So they're basically saying that they're not going to give up their efforts to have this man removed, even though he's done absolutely positively nothing. So my thing is are they going to continue to try to impeach him, well after he wins this next election, the good Lord willing, and they think that they're going to be able to take over the Senate and then have control of the House and the Senate? I mean, in all honesty, I would say that Trump is going to win by a landslide, but how do they continue to put...
That's if we get to an election, Renee.
I know, and that's what I'm saying, and that is exactly what I'm saying. Are we going to make it there?
We have to impeach him, or they'll re-elect him. We have to impeach him, and Al Green said this 2 years ago.
Right.
We have to impeach him because they're going to re-elect him.
Yep, and that's what he keeps saying, and they're going to continue this.
Out there on the other side of the border.
And the sad thing is they're going to continue to try this stupid impeachment crap, and that's why we have to all of these people would have to know that they're going to lose their jobs. That's why all of a sudden there's this, I don't know if you've been paying attention to what Kumo's been doing, but that's why all of a sudden you have all of these people that are, they're giving illegal driver's license. They're giving felons their right to vote, but they're not only giving the felonies the right to vote back, they're also giving Kumo has been giving them gift cards, and they're going out and not having to spend $1 of their own money, but they're going out there buying cigarettes and beer and wine and alcohol and everything else on the taxpayers' money. So in essence, those Democrats are trying to buy those.
Buying the vote.
Exactly.
Buying the vote.
Exactly. And it's not just in New York. Now, he might be the most lavish one in his plot to continue to try to get reelected. But you have Kentucky, the guy over here in Kentucky just gave all those felons the right to vote. So you have all these people that are trying in Florida. I believe they did it in Florida as well. I mean, in Florida is supposed to be a Republican place. So what's going on, guys? They haven't taken them here, but they're going to give it their best shot in March. Okay, and Colleen, are you in California or in New York? I can't remember, honey. The book breaks down what they call the new Constitution, what does not include the new state or the new Congress, but what they lay out in the United. Yep, I heard the audio of the pale horse, Lillian.
The driver's license thing. The whole thing with the driver's license is California was doing that when I was there, and that was back in 2005.
Right.
Want to know why that's all Democrat out there? The illegals in California have been voting. It was like 2 years, I think, before I left there that they voted to give illegals driver's licenses.
And Colleen said they haven't taken guns up in New York, but but that is their plan. So when are they planning that, Colleen?
Whenever they hire enough UN people to
so is that just for
reintegrate and
demobilization?
Was it eliminate? Wasn't it?
It's DDR.
Yeah.
It's disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, and it's all of those. And they don't have enough to get. I mean, according to all the information that I could find, and I've been searching on this for a good minute, guys, now, it seems like, and I continue to find new information, and when I do, there's a new video that comes out. But so far, what I have found, as of 2016, they only had 100,000 UN workers. But there is that report that they have 250,000 in
Cuba.
Cuba. But I haven't gotten anything to confirm it. If anybody has anything that can confirm that, let me know. Because I haven't been able to find, and I've looked on DuckDuckGo as well as Google. Google suppresses everything though, but I haven't been able to find it.
Yeah. Do you ever use Bing? A lot of the stuff I send you comes from Bing.
My mom uses Bing.
Bing.
Yeah, my mom uses Bing, and if I can't get her to find it, that I go to DuckDuckGo. When I can't find something, I usually go to her, and she'll find something for me. And she does use Bing, but sometimes there's nothing to find on it. But I haven't confirmed the 250 in Cuba. You used DuckDuck. Yeah.
If you use Bing and you type what is happening in the world right now,
Right.
it usually brings up things that are happening in the world right now. I mean, if there's anything happening in the world right now, at 12 minutes after 3 in the morning.
Right. Well, I got 350 here right now, girl.
Well, I'm just saying that I can't see what time it is.
Oh, okay.
All my clocks are out of my view right now. But just saying that if at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're looking for breaking news, that's what I do. I go to Bing and I type, what is happening in the world right now? And then it'll bring up anything that's happening right away, that's happened in like 11 minutes ago or something like that,
Right.
But try that at Google. I'm like, the only thing I use Google for is to get to Amazon quick.
Right.
Really, I mean, Google.
Well, Google's okay for
they
the
have
regular
indicated
news.
the truth.
Right.
Till it's hard to find any information that's not left leaning.
Yeah. Well, if you
Anything that try to just go Google and try to find President Trump when he delivered the speech about blah blah blah.
right. Well.
No. Everything that comes up is like, oh, President Trump did this, and he did that, and he did that, and he's a bad guy, and he's a bad guy, and he broke the law, and we should impeach him, impeach him, impeach him. That's what you get at Google.
Mm-hmm. It is what you get at Google, and now there's a couple of Zero Hedge. I think Zero Hedge himself. Now I think he does have some bias writers, but pretty much for the people that the main person that usually puts out most of the articles, I believe he'll tell you he's not a fan of Trump. I mean, and he's said it millions of times, but he also tells the truth. He tells you that what they're doing is unconstitutional. I mean, he is. And so you know that when it comes down to vote time, he's going to vote for Trump just because of all the crimes that he's listed against the left. And he's one of those no holds bar guys. The Epic Times is also a good one, but sometimes I don't know about the Epic Times. I just
I like the Epic Times. I do. And I used to watch the Declassified, and I haven't seen that in a long time. I actually haven't seen it since the day I woke up and tried to go to YouTube, and I had absolutely no channels that I subscribed to. YouTube just wiped them all out. I mean, everybody. I had to, if I didn't remember who they were or what the name was, and even some that I remembered their names, their channels were just gone.
Wow. Yeah, Sergeant Report is a good one.
It was probably about 6 months ago, but I woke up and everything was wiped out, and a lot of people were gone, and if I didn't remember them, I couldn't get to them.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, it's kind of I don't know, Brett. I don't know if I say this paper, the Brett Bart paper or whatever. He's good. He does. I don't think he stays kind of neutral. He doesn't really let you know what side he's on. To my opinion, the articles don't. And who's the other person I like? There's one more that I'll tell you. I say that they're anytime John Solomon writes an article, you definitely have to look at.
Solomon,
Yeah.
when he writes something, I like to see what it is that he wrote because he's been unbiased.
Right. And now Sean Hannity, he puts out some good stuff too, but we know he's biased.
I like Tucker Carlson. I like the way Tucker Carlson takes him on.
Well, now
No.
Tucker Carlson, I kind of lost a
He
little.
goes straight up the middle, you know. I mean, I do think he's a Republican.
Oh, I'm
I do
sure
think
he
he supports
is.
President Trump, but I like the way he goes after it.
Now,
You know, the way he asks questions, the way he presents things. I mean, for me, it's like a chuckle. You know, when I watch him, I'm laughing.
right. Well,
Of the way he says it and expressions on his face, it's like, okay, this is news that I can take while I'm having my dinner, you know.
well, I like Tucker now, but I'm going to tell you, I was kind of upset with him when after the president had ordered Soleimani to be shot, and he was killed, and Tucker came out and he was harsh. And he was not happy about what the president had done, and he did not support the call on it at all. Now, granted, am I for war? Am I for war in the Middle East? No, I am not. I wish that they would bring home every single solitary troop. But do I think that our president made the right call? Absolutely, I do. I think that he had to make that call. If he did not make that call, they were, which we might get more grief from it, but they had already, killed an American contractor, and they've already attacked our embassy, and they were just seeing how much they could get away with, and they had been bombing those bases
Well,
with
that was recently. I mean, look what they've been doing in the Hormuz Strait over there.
Right, exactly.
Great.
Exactly. And they have been doing this time and time.
Look what they shot down $1 million drone, and Trump was ready to pounce them honk on their head, but then he pulled back and he said, no, it's just a drone.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't take anyone's life.
Right.
You know, so I like that he restrained himself at that point. You know, now he also pounced when they used the chemicals on the civilians in Syria.
Right. He did do that, and that's why I said, there is.
So I mean, he has taken action in different places.
Right, but see,
it
they
didn't really justify. But Renee, I think that killing that general was probably overkill. And I think that where Trump thought that if he hits this guy in the nose like a bully, if you can stop a bully if you fight back, but you have to know the bully and who the bully's friends are.
But now, see, I disagree with.
You need to have your friends lined up with you when you know that the bully has lots of big bad friends. You need to have your friends lined up with you, and he did this, and now everybody's like stepping back. Oh no, we don't want no part of this. Because our country's all riddled with
Right.
Islamic terrorists. Riddled. Look at Germany. I mean, in 5 minutes they could take Germany over.
Right. Well, see, the only thing is I have to go get this child something, but so keep talking. But the only thing is Gloria, is I disagree with you as far as look at all the lives he's killed. Look at all the stuff that they were doing. They, were progressing. They would have killed Americans and not thought nothing about it when they were attacking the embassy. And when you want to win, you go for the gusto. You don't go and take out a small person and you're not going to deter them. With him in charge, they would have came back at us even harder. But because now they don't have their main general, they're going to have to regroup and do a whole lot of stuff.
They're like drug cartels. The next guy's ready to step up. There's one right behind him.
Yeah,
Drug dealers. There's another one ready to step right into his shoes that are full of blood. They don't care. There'll be another one after that one, and after that one, and after that one. He did not think this through, Renee. He needed to talk to our allies. He needed to talk to NATO, because this is impacting the
No, see, that's where you don't go. When you're going to make a military strike like that, you don't go talk to your allies. You don't go filling them in, because there's always the possibility that it'll get back to them. So on that aspect, no, you don't do that. You can't sometimes. Whenever you have to either have the to stand up and take an action one way or another. I agree with him. Keep talking and I'll be right back.
Okay.
You can rebuke me.
I just think, I'm sorry, Renee, what?
I said you can rebut me there.
Oh, okay. Well, I think because of the implications that, Americans are all around the world, and that, their target is kill Americans, down with Americans, that it's going to impact countries all around the world where any Americans are. And also, we know that there's not just sleeper cells here in America, they're in Europe as well. And, it's not going to... Okay. They poked the bear.
Right.
There, I said it. They poked the bear. Because now, the bear has been on the other side of the bars, with his claws trying to get to us. And he's chewing on the bar, and there's the bar. One bar now is broken, and the bear has got his whole arm out there, and But then we walked up there behind the bear and poked him in the butt. So now the bear is really mad. So we're going to have to deal with really mad bear. And do you really think that because Trump went over there and punched that bully in the nose, that bully's going to stay down and be nice now?
Right.
Is he? Is he going to stay down?
Who?
Iran, is it going to stay down?
I think it will.
We,
I think that they did the right thing. That I think that they're not going to be stupid to try to come up against us. Now, I think if they thought that they could get Russia in on it and in China, if they had somebody to come in with them, it might be a different story. But I don't think that that they do. And that's their.
Well, I don't know that they don't have, that Russia isn't backing them up, because I clearly remember Russia
Right.
And so we got out of that area, okay? And that was not in Iran. That was in Syria, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So
I remember
Russia
that.
has Syria's back, okay?
But that was
Russia
also,
says, if you don't get out of there, Trump, I'm going to thump you on the head.
no,
You
now
know,
that was
Putin-
when Obama
Putin
was
is
in
a pretty
office.
cool-headed. Putin is really cool-headed. If you ask me, Putin has a very cool, calculating head on his shoulders.
I thought that the incident in Syria,
He's not swayed by finances. He is simply looking for ways to gain more territory and power. But he is not, I don't think you want to play with Putin in a war, okay? And if Putin tells Trump to back up or I'm going to thump you on the head, and Trump backed up, what does that tell you, Renee? That if Russia is behind Iran,
but Trump,
now
but Putin didn't tell,
what did
Putin didn't
Russia
tell,
say?
but Putin did not
What
tell,
did Russia say?
Putin did not tell us to back out of Syria. Putin never told,
We didn't get
The
out
only-
of that particular area.
the only
But
time
we
that
were
we
going
got
to
into
jump
any
on the
kind of a tit for a tat was whenever was when Obama was in office, and there was that imaginary red line drawn.
Yeah, the Obama red line that disappeared.
Yeah, and that was the
Only he
only.
would disappear with the red line, it would be great.
Yeah,
And him and Hillary and all of them that, are behind the scenes, working against us.
okay, so
You have to realize that Iran, now, I don't know why Iran would be playing with China and Russia in the middle of the ocean with lots of big ships with big missiles and guns and airplanes and things like that if they weren't friends.
right. I don't.
So you have to know that Russia is behind Iran. He's already said that. That's already been, Putin already put that out there. And China, oh man, China is so slick. Renee, did you know that China is basically going around the coast in Asia? And that they have made loans to these small countries to help build their infrastructure, much like what they're doing with the Silk Road into Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So now when these small countries cannot pay,
Right.
China is taking over. Okay? All along the coast, Malaysia, countries like that. Okay? So
Have you
now
checked
they're
out my
going
video that I did on that? I connected all kinds of dots with Russia and talked about all their treaties and the Silk Road. I have it on my community page. It's no, I don't know if I can get to it from now. I can't get to it, I don't think, because I'd have to do it from my, I would have to exit out and then I couldn't see chat, so. But, yeah, check it out. Go to my community page later and there is, the Russia and China and it tells you, I have all the information about their treaties, how long they've been, working on this China Silk Road and everything. It was a pretty good video.
Right. And they're doing all of this very quietly, very, very quietly, and not making a big fuss or anything, but they are working toward world domination more than Russia is. China has their tentacles all around the entire world. And they're not making people like John Kerry telling them, just wait Trump out, just wait it out. You don't need to deal with this guy. Don't worry about it. We got this. You know what I'm saying, Renee?
Right. Hold on.
Yeah.
I gotta tell Colleen. Colleen, did you not know that, sweetheart? Because I've already reported that. That's why we're talking about something else. We know that the thing in Kenya, that the 4 terrorists, the 4 militia men, whatever you want to call them, were killed, and that they repelled, and Kenya and the U.S. Navy over there have it all under control. Yep. That what ended rather quickly. Colleen was talking about, as per CNN, the attack is over. Yeah, we know. We're just talking. You know how we go, Colleen. We get on this subjects, and we got Gloria on the phone, and so we're talking politics. We're in agreeing on almost everything, except for maybe a little here or there, but it's just theory, where we disagree on. So it's really no big deal. It's
Right, yeah, for the most part, we could go down with our legs tied together in a sack race,
right, yeah,
and have a good possibility of winning the race. That's how close we are together here on things.
right,
But at the same time, I have to think about, the way Tucker Carlson came out. That's kind of where I'm at.
right.
It's like, are you serious? You had to kill that general? I mean, there's a number of things that they could have taken out that would have hurt them militarily, that would have maybe had a bigger impact in either slowing them down or, sending a message.
But they already had.
What? No, not for what we could have done, Renee. I mean, look at the stuff we have. I mean, boom, 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 bridges, military sites.
They had already hit
airports,
them, though.
military planes.
They had made.
Their nuclear centers. I mean, we could have blown all that crap up. But to kill that general?
Yeah, but he needed to. But see, look, okay. Do we need another? Oh goodness sakes, I can't even think of his name. Al Barack, Big Daddy, or do we need another? Oh gosh, what is his name? We know he really
We
didn't.
made him a martyr. We made him a martyr, Renee.
Yeah, he's no martyr though.
We gave
He
him
murdered.
We gave them a hero and a cause. Okay? Now, that to them is like when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor to us.
Nah. We did.
I'm telling you, girl.
Strategically,
It's
we
coming.
did the right thing, and if anybody else had been in the same position, they would have done the same thing. If they had done, if they wanted to put a stop to all of it, and that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to put a stop to all of it, because if you have not heard the intel from Trump and from
I know that they were going to continue doing what they've been doing for centuries and slaughtering and murdering people.
right, and in just
continuing that,
2011,
they were going to kill more people, and they were training their sights on Americans, and
Right.
the American bases, and the American allies, and it's not going to stop. Punching Iran in the nose was one thing, but killing this guy,
I think, yeah, that's where you have to
They
go.
created a martyr, and they created a fierceness in those people that we're going to have to deal with now. We're going to be dealing with those fierce, angry people. How do you think we would react if someone killed our president? And we knew who it was, do you think we would just go, oh, we're so mad, we're so hurt, we're so sorry, we're just
But he
pissed,
wasn't the
man. We're just so
president.
pissed. Or do you think
It
we're
would-
going to go over there and kick butt to the end of the nth?
They would have had to have killed. They would have had to kill for it to be the same. They would have had to have killed Esper or even Mike Pompeo. That would have been the same type of. Right.
No, Renee,
Right.
You're not getting what I'm saying.
You're saying, but we didn't kill their president or their ambassador or their king or whoever it is.
Pompeo is not as important to us as that general was to them. They're a small country. They're not even the size of Texas.
Oh wow! I was reading Ann's comment. She said that North Korea has a crazy nut shooting Trump as a wax figure. I did not know that, but they are. If you want to silence someone, you take out their main person. And I mean, there's probably going to be.
No, but that wasn't the main person.
That was their main general. That would be like somebody trying to kill General Patton. When General Patton was out, that would have been the same thing. Sorry. And if somebody would have took out General Patton, that would have
happened.
That would have took the air out.
American people have done if someone killed General Patton.
Right. That would have been the same thing if they would have killed General Patton. And would we have retaliated? We have a much larger army. We have a much stronger army. We have much more technology. So yeah, we would have. But
yeah, and we have some allies who are a little on the wussy side.
Pearl Harbor accidentally.
We have some members of the NATO that are not exactly, our really good friends, such as Turkey, who's been dealing with Russia.
Right.
So you got to look at the whole world and look at the whole scheme of things.
Someone did kill General Patton.
Okay, are we ready, Renee? Let me ask you one question.
Right. I'm listening to you.
You think America is ready to take on Iran, Russia, and China at the same time?
We are not going to have to find Iran, Russia, and China at the same time. But I'm sure that Trump took that into consideration. We'll have Israel backing us because they already are backing us. We know that they're behind 99% of everything, just about, I do believe. I think everybody will agree with that. The same way they did JFK was assassinated, the same way anybody would act if their loved one was assassinated. Yeah, but I don't think everybody loved this man like everybody thinks that they did. He was a murderer.
No, and the people that are in the street are like the liberal left-leaning, the really leftist Democrats that go out and protest. And if someone interviews them and asks them why they're out there, they don't even know. They're just out there because everybody else is out there. Is that why all those people are in the streets? I don't think so. I think those people were really behind this general.
I want to president or to Abraham Lincoln, just to name a few. Yeah, see, and Lillian said they did kill General Patton along with multiple other generals and admirals and colonels. And I want to president or to Abraham Lincoln, just to name a few. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just trying to say that I think taking this guy out was a bad idea.
Well, I think that it was warranted. So, and I think that he should, I mean, you allow a known terrorist to live because you think it's a bad idea, that means that um, you're not ready to run the country. You've got to make you have to, you want to defeat something, you cut it off at the head of the snake. And that's exactly what he did.
Except that there's the head above that. You just took a nick out of his neck.
Yeah, there wasn't anyone above him. There's he was like underneath the
Ayatollah Khomeini.
Kamini, yeah, him. But he's their king, or what is he? Their king, their president, whatever you want to call him. Yeah.
Yeah. But did you know that they have a committee of like 6 people above him?
Over the Ayatollah? I'm sure they have all kinds of committees because they're what? A democracy.
Iran?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They have, oh gosh, it's been so long since I studied this. Trying to remember the name of the group that appoints the president. The people have an election. It's more like, just a dance or a ritual. It really doesn't mean anything because there's a committee of 6 men and then a big guy above them, that those people kind of stay in the background, and they put the president out there in front of all the people. But he's not the one that's making all the rules and making all these decisions. It's these 6 guys and this one guy that's over the 6 guys. And I wish I could remember the name of the
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it, what it says, what type of government Iran has. According to the World Atlas, it says, in fact, it's a democratic, though it's intermixed with elements of theocracy. So there you go. That's
right. And the theocracy are those 6 men and the one man above him, and they're the ones that appoint the president.
Right. Well, I'm just
saying that's in there now it was supposedly elected, but that's why the Iranian people are so mad.
Yeah.
Because they really didn't elect that guy, but that committee appointed him.
Right. And that has continued.
Their election was like nothing, and then, the ideology.
But now looky here.
Part.
But looky here, we have a republic here, and we voted for Trump, and they're trying to take him out of office. So because that's not who they want in there. So and we don't have a theocracy, but they sure are acting like.
But we don't. But we have a republic, and that's how our government is set up. But we run as a democracy.
No,
we're not
we are not a democracy.
We have the New World Order knocking on the door because they have an Agenda 21. We're in 2020.
Yeah. Well, we're supposed to be a republic, not a democracy. A democracy is a government. A democracy is communist, and it's a communist regime. There's nothing remotely.
Yeah. We're running as a democracy.
Did she miss the video showing that the people baked a cake celebrating his demise, thanking the U.S. for She must have. Lillian, did you miss that video, girl? Where they baked a cake celebrating the demise, thanking the U.S. for ridding them of the tyrant and partying. Back just to be slinging some BS.
Next week we'll see a video of these same people being taken out and shot or something. The problem is that what's happening to our government isn't because of the people in America. It's because of the Agenda 21 for the New World Order. And had Hillary Clinton gone into office, as they all were just so sure was going to happen, it didn't happen. And you saw them. They were devastated. They were, I mean, really. It was like you killed their puppy in front of them.
Now, who did they?
They were truly upset because they really thought they had it in the bag. But they didn't. But if Hillary Clinton had gone into office, the things that she would have implemented right away, our HR 1111, that would have been right in. They would have done that right away. There's no doubt in my mind. America would have been disarmed like 3 years ago. Okay?
Oh, most
I mean, it would have
definitely.
happened like right away. Disarmament would have happened like right away.
Yeah.
And the whole schedule of getting America into the New World Order, we would already be in the New World Order.
Right.
But there are certain things that were supposed to be happening on schedule.
Right. And
Yes,
Trump is.
2021. And now they are like in a panic, in a rush. We got UN crawling around the United States, and we're going to have some really big trouble here. And I know people are prepping. That's great. I love it. It's wonderful.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Okay. So Osama bin Laden. I couldn't think of his name. I had to research it just a little. Couldn't think of his name. So Osama bin Laden. He was supposed to be this bad terrorist, right? So should we have not? And he was supposed to have been behind the 9/11 tower thing. And I say supposed to. I'm using this loosely, but if you are to go in there and look at everything that they had pinned on Osama bin Laden, so do you think that we should not have took him out?
Oh, Osama bin Laden? Now, here's the thing about Osama bin Laden. First off, he wasn't behind the 9/11 attack.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying
we're
going with the argument
You know,
that
we're going to go with the whole story that Osama bin Laden is a
Yeah,
really
just go-
bad guy,
Yeah.
and he's done an awful lot of horrible things, and
okay,
he's a very, very bad man. Yeah.
right, okay,
No,
so
we should have taken him out, but he wasn't
right,
hiding in a cave.
and that's why they
for
didn't take.
years and years and years.
But he wasn't.
Wasn't in the middle of the action, Renee. He was behind the scenes, and really, when we took him out, they barely noticed.
Well, and
There's another guy
supposedly
that was
there's.
already had stepped into his shoes and was taking over what he was doing.
But
And everything was just okay because he had bad kidneys, he was on dialysis, and he was on his way out the door.
But if you listen to some of the theories out there, they're saying that he's not really dead, because there's no body, just like the Barack story. There's nobody there as well, and you're going on the assumption because our guy said that happened.
I'm going on the assumption that he was ill and that there was somebody else already that had been in training and that was taking care of the operations of the whole
Osama bin Laden,
that guy.
right?
Osama bin Laden.
But then,
Right.
okay, so then,
But there was already someone doing his job. And the Osama bin Laden was in a cave and had been out of the public eye for years and years and years before he supposedly died and was buried at sea. Okay, well, I don't think that happened for a minute, but there was another guy that just stepped into his shoes, and he's doing what he's doing. He wasn't in the public eye like this guy, the salami guy.
Yeah, but I'm still saying a terrorist is a terrorist. Okay, this is my point.
Well,
A terrorist
how
is
many of them are we going to take out? How many?
if you have to take, if you're
But they are
killing terrorists, if you are,
They're
if you,
everywhere, Renee. How many of them are we prepared to take them all out? Because at this point, it's them against us.
right,
Us against them everywhere they walk.
You promised something?
yeah. And that's what, but that's what I'm saying though, is yeah, I'm prepared. If it was me, I would say, yeah, we need to hit every leader of all the terrorist groups. That's how you stop them.
Mm-hmm.
You put on
Where are they, Renee?
right
Well, I'm sure
Where are
that,
the sleeper cells? Renee, where are the sleeper cells? We
Well,
should go immediately and get them.
if we can find out that if they have all this technology and they're making all these buzz saying that this person was doing that, this person was doing that, all this stuff, going on behind the scenes that, oh, they arrested this person because he was plotting to do this and they had this all. I mean, they're on top of it. So surely they have ideals. I mean, we know where all these camps are, caliphate camps, whatever you want to call it.
Promise something right now.
Right where?
No, promise something right now. Give me promise something.
Here we go. We'll use that as a Band-Aid.
Let's not talk.
It will.
Grandma's so good to you.
She hurt.
Have a bobo, honey. Did Grandma kiss you, bobo?
Yeah, she said she hurt her neck, and so she come up here and she told me she wanted some.
Oh.
She's okay. If she wasn't, she would be crying, honey. Oh my goodness sakes. We would not. You would hear. I'm sure you guys have heard her cry. You would hear her
Oh,
cry.
I'm sure she was just wanting to be there for attention, for Grandma's attention.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, Chanel. Shh. What?
Promise something right now.
Okay. All right, I gotta go pour something right now. So guys.
No, promise something.
Okay.
Oh, print, girlfriend. She's a print. She wants me to print her something. She likes to color. Print her something. I thought she was wanting me to
Okay.
pour her something. She's a
Well, that'll be next. Now that you've given her the idea.
well, that's what I thought she was talking about. Put her something there. I'm like, okay, girlfriend.
She's a sweet one. She's got you wrapped.
She does. She does have me wrapped. Do you want the frog?
Of course, I don't want a frog.
You want the flowers?
You like flowers?
Yeah.
Look. Look, a pumpkin.
A pumpkin?
I saw a
Okay.
pumpkin, but I'm not getting the pumpkin. I'll get the flowers, okay?
Okay.
You like flowers and I like unicorns.
Okay, so here we go. You want this flower? The rose?
No, you like roses?
I love roses.
Okay, I'll just have that.
Okay. Isn't she so sweet? Do you like it? If you like it, okay.
If you like
She's
something,
just the cutest little thing.
I know, right?
You guys are so sweet together.
She's a mess. Hot mess at that. I
It
love
reminds me
her.
of when my grandkids were little like that.
She is something else, let me tell you. Oh, mercy. And if I don't stop and print it, I'm in trouble. So I have to stop and print it because you won't leave me alone if I don't. Come on.
There's no going back.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna be right here
It-
waiting.
Okay, you be right there waiting.
There's 5 papers in this. There's just one page.
Yeah, that's all you need, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. As long as you have the one, you're good. There you go. Printing.
Make it
Ooh.
beautiful.
We got it. She is so happy now. Of course. There we go.
Yay!
Yay. That was Elbag Daddy.
Roses. Grandma loves roses.
His kid needs to come out. That was El Baghdadi. Who is El Baghdadi? What are we talking about now? Lillian, what are we talking about? El Baghdadi. His kidneys had to come out. Oh, I think she's saying that El Baghdadi's kidneys were the ones that were bad, not Bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden's kidneys were bad. He was on dialysis.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm just telling you what she said in chat. I think Ben died right after 9/11. No, Bin Laden didn't get killed till, goodness sakes, 2014, wasn't it? Hold on.
Obama was in the White House.
Yeah, it wasn't right after. George Bush they said that they had Bin Laden in their sights and they didn't take the shot. Now you tell me why. I don't know.
Mama.
What?
Right. And you tell me why every one of those Navy SEALs but one of them has died and been killed.
So yeah, exactly. That's what I want to know. Why have all of them? But one, isn't it?
On my page.
Isn't there?
All but one.
Yeah. Let's see.
They killed all those boys
Mm-hmm.
to hide the truth.
Okay. The man who killed Osama bin Laden, there's two things. It says on November 8th, 2014 and May 2nd, 2011. So, but I think he was killed in 2011. But I'm not sure. Because I know there was one time that they were going to do it and they didn't do it. And then there was a time that they said that they did it. But I'm going to say it's probably the two.
And buried him at sea. And 6 of the Navy SEAL died. Weird. It's like, one day everything will become clear as a freshly made brand new mirror. And we will see it all. And we will understand everything. But in the meantime, sometimes I'm terribly confused about how there could be so much evil in the world and it not have already shaken like a drunken man and collapsed, never to recover. How in the world could a world hold so much sin and so much evilness? We have to be close to the end.
Right. I will agree with you there, girl. You will not get an argument out of me at all on that. I pray all the time, come quickly, oh Lord, come quickly. What?
You have a lot to go through before he comes quickly.
Yep. I mean, it's like, what do I want to say? There's so much vile in the world that I don't understand how the Lord is allowing some of it to continue, why he hasn't come yet, why he hasn't poured his wrath out. But of course,
well, he won't pour his wrath out until after the millennium.
Well,
after Christ comes. Okay, Renee, you have to remember, it is God's wish.
But wrath is judgment as well, though.
Wish, because he cannot make us love him. He cannot make us saved. We have to come to him for salvation to be saved. He gave us free will to choose. But it is God's wish that none be lost. So whoever can be saved before Christ comes back, wonderful. And then during the millennium, Christ is going to teach.
But what are you calling the
And
millennium?
then after that will be when God pours out his wrath upon the earth for all of those who refuse to come back to God. For those that refuse to turn back
Nobody else is awake, Avery.
to his goodness. Those are the ones that are going to receive the wrath of God. God is not going to pour out his wrath upon us. And the millennium is the last-ditch effort to save all those that can be saved. That's why I don't know if you see me type in Marv, I'm like, save all you can. Save all you can. Save everyone you can save. You know? Spread the word. Share your testimony. You know? Just try to plant seeds everywhere you possibly can.
That's all you get. She's not getting it unless she comes and gets it.
Because it's his wish that none be lost.
Okay, and you didn't hear me ask this because I think I was too far away. But I said, when do you think the millennium is going to come? Or when do you think the millennium is? And why do you think?
You have to come get your own.
The millennium will start when Christ returns. But before Christ comes,
But
there's
God
going
pulls
to
out.
be the great tribulation. If
Right.
you read Matthew 21 or Mark 13 or Luke 21, any one of those three of the Gospels,
Matthew 24. I could probably almost quote Matthew 24 in what's the order that things are supposed to transpire.
yeah, the things that are going to happen before that okay, you will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but the end is not yet. Well, okay, if there are wars and rumors of wars, and we're just keep having wars and rumors of wars,
But
then
that's
what
been
would
from the
have to
beginning,
happen-
though.
What
There's
would have to happen, Renee, for him to come back?
took over for Bin Laden. LB Daddy took over for Bin Laden, right? We know this. I know this. That's why I was trying to use them two as reference, Lillian. But
You forgot my fork.
oh my word, child.
Every single fork is Josie.
Hold on, guys.
We're holding.
Here, honey. Fork.
I'm driving a car.
Okay. Sorry. Had to get. She wanted some pie. Had to get the fork. I thought there was a.
I heard her say fork.
Yeah, she had to have her fork for her pie. We got some. Walmart had a sale on this peppermint whipped cream pie.
Here you got some pie, honey.
Yes, and
You
she
get some good pie.
she had to have some right now. Okay, so we were back at, you're saying the millennium, and we were talking about the Christ's return and when certain things are going to happen.
Right, before he comes back.
Right, but
Because they asked him, how will we know when
the sores and
happen?
everything, the sores for the person taking the mark of the beast, that's going to happen prior. That's the locust, all that stuff, all those judgments that where the sea turns red, all of that stuff is going to happen prior to the Lord's return. There's going to be war with the saints, and that would be us.
When Satan comes and he is given power over the saints to hurt and kill them. And we will be brought before the synagogue of Satan, where we are not to take one premeditated thought about what we are going to say, that we are to allow the Holy Spirit to speak through us, which no man can dispute or revile. What comes from in us from the Holy Spirit, no man can refute or revile. And that, if you do not allow the Holy Spirit to speak through you, that is the unpardonable sin.
Right.
If you deny the Holy Spirit at that time. There is no other sin that man has committed that cannot be forgiven.
Right.
So, when Christ comes, it will be after Satan has come and the saints have been brought before Satan's synagogue, and there will be, and what does Christ say? And this will be the beginning of sorrows. Where is it? I don't have my glasses, doggone it. Let me see if I can get my book far enough away from me. I don't know it by heart.
All of it is the beginning of. You're
For
talking
many
about
shall
Matthew
come in my name,
24.
saying, I am Christ.
I'm talking about Revelations. We're talking. You're in the different.
I know, but this is basically what you're going to read in Revelations. Christ is laid out, and it's been laid out in Matthew 24,
Wow.
Mark 13, and Luke 21.
Yes
He
and no.
says,
Yes and no. Matthew 24, the Lord is telling you these things are going to happen. And he's talking about the tribulation. But he does not go into detail like Revelation goes into detail over the vials, the bowls, whatever you want to call it. That the seals when they get broken.
oh, you're wanting to talk about the seal.
Yes.
Yeah, the seals are
And that's what
broken when
and you will be
Satan
here
comes.
and you will be here for those seals to be broken. And that's what I'm talking about. And a lot of people don't think that they will be because of
Oh, I
course
know. They think they'll be blown away. But, that's not true. The word rapture is nowhere in the Bible. The whole idea of the rapture came from a woman named MacDonald in 1830 in a vision that she had.
well now in all fairness where I'm going to correct you there. In all fairness, there is a word that refers to a taking away or a lifting up. And it's in 1 Thessalonians
That's why Paul wrote 2 Thessalonians in such a hurry before he even left the area to correct that, where people were misled. He immediately wrote 2
There's nothing that takes away from
If
1
you go to
Thessalonians.
Go to 2 Thessalonians.
There's nothing that takes away from that scripture, though, Gloria. There's nothing that takes away from the other, from that particular verse in
Okay.
2 Thessalonians.
Tell me chapter and verse. Tell me chapter and verse in Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians. 1 Thessalonians, what chapter, what verse?
Hold on. I'm trying to find it. I have it marked and pinned everywhere else. First Thessalonians 4, chapter 4, 15 through 17. And it's the Greek word, oh goodness sakes. And it means caught up together. It's the rapture will occur as a component of the parosha. I don't even know if I'm saying that wrong. Those who are alive and remain unto the coming of Rapiova, and that means it's a taken away or caught up. Of the Lord shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord. And that's where they got it from, that scripture. 1 Thessalonians 4:15 through 17. And we will all meet him in the clouds. So we
Right,
will, so we will
exactly.
all be caught
But
up.
we will not be taken out of the way before Satan comes
But that's
to
still
earth.
that is
People
still.
think
But
they
see,
will
Glory,
be
that's still a
gone.
rapture.
The whole premise of the rapture is that people will be gone before anything terrible can happen to them.
But for you to say that there is no, because you're basically saying there's no rapture, but there is a rapture, and we will meet the Lord and we will be changed, and that's the rapture. Until you see the Lord and you are forever changed out of you no longer hold on to your flesh. You've been changed into your celestial body. Then you know that the Lord has come. But until that time, do not believe anybody that's on the earth that say that they are Christ.
Exactly, which is why I tell people.
But
if you look
but don't
down
say that
and
it doesn't,
see your
but it,
fleshy toes.
but
Okay, if you look down and you see fleshy toes,
then you're
it
still,
is
then
not
he hasn't
Christ.
come, right? But to discredit God's word and say that there is no rapture, there is going to be,
The word rapture.
it's not in the Bible.
Not in the
No,
Bible.
but they get it from the word caught up means this, it says, doesn't say caught up, it says rapiopha or something like that in the Greek. Where is that one little thing that I have? I wish May was in here. She actually
You know what? You can just Google your raptio, their Greek word, and get the meaning of the Greek word, and then type your raptio in there.
Uh-oh. My phone is gonna die, girl. My house phone.
So I thought you said you had your charger and she couldn't have it.
No, I'm video on my cell phone. You're on the house phone. Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if I sit you down, if it'll hang up on you, if I put you on the charger. I don't know. I've never tried to continue a conversation and have it sit on the charger. I can try. If it hangs up on you, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to. Did it hang up? Hello? Are you there? It hung up. Okay, sorry, Gloria. I did not mean to hang up on her. I was trying to see. And no one knows the hour or the day that the Father will return. Exactly. And that's it. And no scripture is dismissed. Yeah, no, and I don't. People do because of the way the other, yeah. And I'm trying to think of what the word is. See if I can find it this way. Okay, let's see. It says the etymology of rapture is derived from a Middle French rapture via the medieval Latin raptura, seizure, kidnapping, which derives from the Latin raptus, a carrying off. But there was a I think this is it right here. I'm gonna have to mark this so I don't lose it. And I will share this in the. Okay. The word rapture is taken from the Latin rapio for the two words caught up used in 1 Thessalonians 4:17, and it has come into popular use today to refer to the Lord Jesus coming for the church to lift her up into the heavens. One raptured is lifted up in love.
You forgot Brady's pine. Bridget's pine. Why did you forget it?
Oh, come on. They wasn't up here.
Yeah.
Now go on. I told them no. Now go on.
Mama?
Because I did. They'll get it in a minute. Okay, so, and they weren't up here whenever I made yours.
We don't want to know because Bridget's up here. Make it.
We'll get Rachel to make it. She can do it. She's big enough. Okay, so that is the term, and I'm going to share this so that, and I'm going to save this as well. And that gives you the explanation behind the rapture, guys. There you go. And there we go. So now we know, and like I said, I'm going to mark this. So I don't want to lose this again. Bookmark it. Done. Okay. Okay. And see if I can. And I don't know if this all will come out, but we'll try it. Let's see. And I'm going to share the Lord in. This is going to be in two parts, guys. This is the definition on Wikipedia, which you can see the word that I was trying to say. The Lord, to the Lord. Here you go. There. And that is the rest of it. There we go. So we have all of it. Every bit of the, but there is, the link that I gave you gives you the explanation behind the thing. Christian theology, you know. Anyway. So now that we have that. And I'm so sorry that I hung up on Gloria. And it's not changed. There you are. All right.
Mama. 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 Hey, Mama.
What, baby?
You can cut the string off. Cut the string thing off. I will in a minute. Huh? I will in a minute. Hey. We're just gonna cut the string.
Okay, quit rocking so hard, honey. Okay. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3 says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for the day shall not come except there be in a fallen way first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition." Exactly. But it doesn't take away from that verse. It just doesn't take away from it. That verse still stands. And there will be I guess you could say, we will get caught up when we are changed. But That's why, I mean, there's so many things that have to happen. And again, it is all planned in God's will. And just like the things that are unraveling now, this, I mean, we have to remember God's will. And if this is God's will, if this is how he predicted it, then, or wrote it down, not predicted it, if this is what he's, the beginning of how we're going to get into all of this, I mean, there's so much stuff. And so many different ways that you could look at everything. But that's why you have to pray for the Lord's will, not our own, and we have to pray that we're ready and be ready, no matter what, because you never know. No one knows what tomorrow holds for them at all.
Look at it. What? Can I see what big it is? I didn't know it was gonna be a piece. It's just not a ball.
Above all, that is called God, or that is worship, so that he is God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
Mama. Hey, Mama. Forgot to cut the string off.
You don't need that. You have your own. Where's yours?
I don't have glue in my pack.
Give it here.
Those don't work on that kind of paper.
Yeah.
Go get me a knife so I can do this.
I said a knife. No. A knife. Not like a glue. A knife. That's what I said up there.
Oh no. Are you still on hold? I'm trying. My battery is so low and it's beeping. Okay, so there was the news so far is there was
What was wrong with you?
a small group militia that went to break down the gate. They broke through the gate, and they broke through the gate, blew it up with a car bomb in Kenya, and they repelled it, but the 4 militiamen that were in the vehicles, I guess, or in the vehicle, died. And it was a Kenyan U.S. military facility, naval facility where this took place. And let's see. And Trump came out and said that if there was any attack on Americans or American bases, that he had $2 trillion worth of new equipment, and that Iran would see it. And that is the highlight. It started off kind of a little rocky there, because not knowing what was going on and who it was, and yep, it was a lot. It definitely was a lot. And as always, there's articles in the in my Wixit site, and I will. Let's see. Here we go. There you go. Ha! A quote is why Paul wrote 2 Thessalonians so quickly to correct that very thing. There's no, but it's not a misquote, girlfriend. There is no misquote. There is no misquote. We will be taken up. We will be gathered up. That it's not a misquote. There will be a gathering up, a taking away, a lifting off. When you are changed in your celestial bodies, there will be. Now, Is there going to be an order of things that's going to take place first? Yeah. No one is saying, no one is rebuting that. And there's not, yes. And I will agree with you, Barry, on that. I think most everyone here believes, I can't say because there's so many different names in here, but I know, I believe that we're Mystery Babylon. I think Gloria thinks it's Rome, but I do believe it's Mystery Babylon. I think there's there's a couple others that do as well. Standing to the second coming of Christ in the end. I think Gloria thinks it's Rome, but I mean, I think that a lot of things would point to this being it more so than Rome, because Rome wasn't a mystery. There would not have been no reason to call it a mystery. Now, who the Antichrist is, okay, but there's no mention that anyone mistook what Paul said in Second Thessalonian. It's not. It doesn't say that this verse is not meant to say this or anything else. He doesn't take away from that verse, Gloria, at all. It doesn't take away from it. It does not take away from it, is all I'm saying. It does not, there's no way that that it takes away from any of that. It doesn't say this is going to take place. It doesn't say that this is what I mean before this. And it's, you hung up. No, you hung up. What did you hang up on? The phone is dead. the phone is dead, girlfriend. That's what I said. You hung up and you said you hung up. But the phone is dead. That's what I was trying to tell you. The phone is dead. It was blinking. It wasn't doing anything there for a minute. So it was dead. And I stuck it back in the charger and it's still not quite. Right, and that is exactly true, Barry. And we are on the same page. I am on the same page there. But Rome will be. Okay. I'm waiting on Gloria to type something because I know she's gonna say. But there's not anything that takes away from the other verse. Is all I'm saying. And how would Google know? I don't believe half of what Google says. I'm just saying, Gloria. I'm just saying. I mean, Google is not my go-to source. Outside of news, and it's quick to put in to get a reference for the Bible, but I take everything from the Bible. I take nothing but from here, from God's Word. And Google was not around 2,000 years ago when Paul wrote the Bible. Sorry. And it says that Paul wrote to Thessalonians according to Wikipedia, and this is according to Wikipedia. Paul's main purpose in writing is to encourage and reassure the Christians there. Paul urges them to go on working quietly while waiting in hope for the return of Jesus. And it says the second epistle to the Thessalonians, commonly referred to the Second Thessalonians or the Second Thessalonians, is a book from the New Testament of the Christian Bible. It is traditionally attributed to Paul the Apostle, with Timothy as a co-author. So Timothy co-authored it. That's all it says about it. So I Googled it, but again, like I said, I mean, this you're talking about Google. Google is not one of those things that I would attribute any facts from. And I take everything from the Bible. And you think, what's Jerusalem? You think Babylon is Jerusalem, Gloria? Hi. Yep, and we agree to disagree. We do. Exactly. I'm just curious why you would think it's Jerusalem, because the Lord actually speaks about Israel. And I mean, all of the prophecy in the Old Testament, mainly, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that even hinges, I mean, as we were talking about earlier with the reference to their government and everything. Let's see. I have to go back so far. We were just there. Where did it go? Here is the KingJamesBible.org seminary teaching. And that is what I was reading earlier. And the seminary is teaching that okay, well, we've already established that I mean, that's the saints will be fighting against the Antichrist. That's the whole concept there, Gloria, that we've already discussed that and we've already established that. I don't think anybody is arguing that. But it doesn't change the other scripture, though. The other scripture stands. It's just going to happen, you know, when it happens. Okay, and again, you have to take everything in context. You have to take the entire um, Old Testament prophecy, as well as Revelations, as well as everything that the Lord Himself spoke of. You take it all into context, and then you make out a map, and then you come back, and then you go from there, and and then you have a good then you'll have a good map. But everything comes from the Word. Everything comes from God's Word, and but that link that I was reading from earlier, this is from the King James Bible Seminary. So that is what they teach at the seminary, where they were referencing, I believe they were saying uh, the Antichrist was a Jew. And that's what they're saying in this reference. Right, and that's it. It is just a search engine, exactly. But the whole point is, though, is these search engines, they were not around when Paul wrote the Bible, when Paul wrote or co-authored Second Thessalonian. So to say that Google or any of them would know anything, that is just it's their maybe theology, whatever you want to call it, ideology. But and again, then you're taking man's word instead of God's word. And I take God's word. I take God's word and I take God's advice. Well, sure it does. That's what all of Revelations is talking about. The I encourage you, Adelis, I don't know. We're gonna say addict, advice addict, okay? The AAA. I don't know. I'm Adelis, Adelaide's. Read. I say jump to 21 because you know how it ends, but you have to read Revelations. America is Israel now. Triple is fine. Okay, AAA. Okay, so AAA. You have to read Revelations, but it does tell you how things will go. It is a map of everything that you need to possibly know. And we are grafted in to Israel. To Israel. Not to the country Israel, but to Israel. To Jacob. That is who we are grafted into. The lineage. And that's a lot of misconception, I do believe, that a lot of people get wrong too. That they always refer to Israel as being the country, and they don't always grab that concept that it was the lineage more so than anything. That's why God is so specific and gives you the lineage just about every so often, especially in the very first of Matthew. When you open up the first thing, you got the lineage. When you go into learning about each person that Noah, you get his lineage. You get Abraham's lineage. You always get the lineage, because it's very important. And it's not about the country. It's not about the land, I guess you could say. It's about the bloodline. And we are grafted into the vine. And we are. Very true. Just curious. Let's see. We're going to check out and see if there's anything new, guys, that's happened since. Aiden, honey. Now, I know this is probably really off the subject, but you guys do know that the New England Patriots are out of the Super Bowl runoff. They lost the first game. They lost to the Titans, and the Bills lost to the Texans. I have you on my laptop and my phone, and I'm trying to figure out which one is live. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry. Oh, Gloria. Mercy. That's funny, Gloria. You definitely sound like me. I've done some crazy stuff before. That sounds like a Renee move. Says there's two inmates that have escaped from prison. They're still at large. Let's see where they escaped from. Mississippi. Authorities began a manhunt for two prisoners that have escaped from where? Just says Mississippi. Oh my goodness. Oh no. All right, guys. I get on my nerves there. Sorry. Where am I from? I am from the United States. Why do you ask? Is that what you wanted to know? Yeah, I'm still alive. Don't I look like I'm still alive? It's still counting. Yeah. Okay, nothing there. I don't even know why I even go there no more. Sputnik. There is prisoners escaped in Mississippi, so be careful in Mississippi, guys. A UK nuclear sub is in position to strike Iran amid tensions over the Soleimani's killing report. right. It says a UK nuclear sub is in position to strike Iran amid tensions over the Soleimani's killing report. According to Sputnik News, we have earlier on Sunday about 50 members of the UK Special Air Service were sent to Iraq to help with the potential evacuation of Britons following Friday's U.S. drone strike, which killed Qasem Soleimani, head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC's elite quad force. The UK Royal Navy nuclear-powered attack submarine will be in position to strike Iran if the current tensions between Tehran and Washington over the killing of Iranian general result in a full-fledged armed conflict, the Sun reports. The newspaper cited unnamed senior UK defense sources as saying that the astute class hunter killer sub armed with a Tomahawk cruise nuclear missile was sat silently in the range of Iran. The sources added that even though there won't be a first strike, every precaution is being made depending on how Iran reacts to the death of Soleimani. If things unravel quickly, the UK will always stand shoulder to shoulder with the US. The hunter killers are the most advanced submarines in the Royal Navy. They are a deadly asset, and there is one well within range of Iran, the sources pointed out. The remarks come after at least 50 UK Special Air Service SAS troops were dispatched to Iraq to help with the potential evacuation of the Britons in the aftermath of the U.S. drone strike, which killed General Qasem Soleimani, head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, the elite quad force. Defense Secretary Ben Wallace also ordered the deployment of UK's warship to the Strait of Hormuz to take all necessary steps to protect our ships and citizens as Iran is pledging retaliation following the killing of Soleimani. During a visit Soleimani's family house on Saturday, Iranian President Hassan Rouhani said that the U.S. made a blunder by killing the leader of Iran's Quad Force. When asked by one of Soleimani's daughters who will avenge her father's blood, Rouhani said everyone will take revenge and that the daughter should not worry about it. The Americans did not realize what a grave mistake they have made. They will suffer the consequences of such criminal measures not only today but also throughout the years to come. The crime committed by the U.S. will go down in history as one of their unforgettable crimes against the Iranian nation, Rouhani underscored. 35 U.S. targets within Iran's reach. IRGC commander claims that the IRGC commander Gholami Abuzma, for his part, claimed the 35 American targets are already within Iran's reach. In a statement that was followed by U.S. President Donald Trump, warning that any possible attack against U.S. citizens or assets would be reciprocated with counterattack against 52 Iranian sites. He referred to the sites as a represent that 52 American hostage taken at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979. Although they were finally released, the developments led to an escalation of U.S.-Iranian tensions at the time of Washington slapping sanctions against the Islamic Republic. In one of the latest tweets, Trump warned that if Iran attacks on America base or any America, the U.S. will send some of its brand new, beautiful military equipment their way and without hesitation. Tensions between Washington and Tehran have been worsening since January 3rd, when Soleimani was killed in the U.S. drone strike on Baghdad International Airport. That was authorized by Trump. Iranian authorities were quick to vow crushing vengeance on Washington for killing the country's top military commander, who was described by Trump as the #1 terrorist anywhere in the world. Iranian Foreign Ministry Mohammad Javad Safar in turn slammed Soleimani's killing as an extremely dangerous, foolish escalation and an act of international terrorism. So what do y'all think about that? I doubt it, girlfriend. If you go to sleep for very long, I probably will not be. But I'm like the everybody, but yeah, I am. But there's news to report, so we must continue on. Onward, soldiers. But that's pretty cool. We know that the UK is already in position, so, and ready to make a stand. So we have them already in position with Tomahawk missiles. I don't think that they're going to play around with us. Just saying. They would be stupid to do so. I mean, like, really. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. And I will add this to the Trump update so that you guys can see that article from Sputnik as well. I think it is amazing how you get help from the, you know, your allies whenever you need it like that. Even if they disagree with him, they're still there. Yay. Alright, well, we're going to leave that open. We will get rid of that. I talk to myself a lot, guys. Sorry. Exactly. Yes, at least Britain is still there. That's it. And that means a lot. And you know that Trump, no matter what, has to take notice to that. I mean, you have to just know that, you know, no matter what, there's certain people that will always have your back, you know? And it's always good to know. They're not playing around. But that is their answer to, you tell us you've got your eyes on 35 of our bases and like you're going to do something. That is a very good way to respond, don't you think? Yeah, you can have your eyes on 35 of our bases, but we've got our eye on you too. Oh, mercy. This one's funny. I'm not gonna read the article, but I will put it in, well, I don't know. We might read this one just for kicks, just to see what it says. Live updates. This was put out today. I'm trying to see the time at 9 whatever today time, the 5th. 5:01. So this was put out, okay, so according to our time, I guess it was put out 30 minutes ago. And it says, the body of Iranian Quad Force General Qasem Soleimani arrived on Sunday in Iran with thousands of mourners thronged his coffin ahead of the grand funeral procession across Iran. In the early hours of Friday morning, Soleimani and all Mahadis, along with 10 others, were killed in the U.S. drone attack near Baghdad International Airport. U.S. President Donald Trump said Washington took preemptive action against Soleimani to stop war. Iranian leaders, however, have vowed to take revenge for Soleimani's assassination. Trump previously started that the U.S. had identified 52 Iranian sites, including some of that are important to Iran, that would be attacked very fast and very hard if Tehran struck any U.S. citizen or asset. In turn, the commander of the Iranian armed forces in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Major General Hussein Salameh, has threatened to end the U.S. presence in the Middle East in the wake of the recent U.S. operation in Iraq that killed Qasem Soleimani. Iran's appeal to the United Nations Security Council over U.S. killing of General Soleimani. Iran has appealed to the UN Security Council over the assassination of the Revolutionary Guard Corps Quad Force Commander Qassem Soleimani in the U.S. airstrike in Iraq. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Abbas Musfa said on Sunday the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already initiated political, legal, and international measures, including at the level of the UN and the Security Council, Musfa said at a briefing. 1359 said nothing to worry at situation peaceful in the Gulf nation. Indian oil minister. 1339 Iraqi parliament to ask government to file complaint against the United States with the UN Council. The EU invites Iranian foreign minister to Brussels. The EU foreign policy chief Joseph Borrell invited Iranian Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif to Brussels and expressed his concerns over the assassination of the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps Quad Force Commander Qassem Soleimani. The European Union said in a press release. Joseph Borrell invited the Iranian foreign minister to Brussels to continue their engagement on these matters, the press release said. According to the press release, Borrell expressed his deep concern about the latest increase of violent confrontations. And there's just a play-by-play of all this stuff that has happened. So for those that are lost and need a play-by-play and haven't been keeping up, that is a good article. So I'm going to put it in the archives over here, my archives. So you can read it if you wish. Sputnik. Trump is right again. Perhaps. It's a possibility. Calls Israel a nuclear power during a cabinet. Boris Johnson was not very happy with the killing. He doesn't have some nice words to say. We're not going to read that. Okay. Oh my goodness sakes, guys. Let me see if I can show you this. Let me see. Hold on. Hopefully, let's see. Okay. Hold on. It's a very, very short video. But with it blown out, y'all cannot, I mean, I'll probably have to make it small so you guys can see. But look at this, guys. This is all the people, the sea of people at that man's funeral. It is insane. Can you see it better with it small? Is that insane, guys? That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. La la la. And all it says is grieving Iranians fled the streets in Hafez to bid farewell to General Soleimani. And that is a lot of people, guys. And that is a lot of people. I am going to put this in here so you guys can see the pictures yourself. I'm not reading the article, but that is crazy, guys. Okay. That was a lot of people. That's crazy, guys. Crazy. Wow. Car rams German tourists in the Italian Alps, killing 6 and injuring 11 passengers. I don't know that I have that article in there. Okay. And this here article we read earlier, I'm just going to put it in there. I don't think I put it in there. It's about the red flag being raised, and meaning it's a revenge flag hosted on at their holy city of Quam. I'm going to say Quam because it's Quam. Yeah. Anyway. Lots of interesting stuff. Anyway, I think that's all the stuff that's going on. We'll check with Al Jazeera just for Al Jazeera seems to kind of keep everybody a little more whenever stuff is happening. This is the place to be on some days, especially when it's in the Middle East. Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything. Let's see. Huh. We'll save that for later. Anyway, guys. That's a lot of stuff. Okay. So much for my updates. And that is the latest of the updates, guys. I was just watching that. Oh, all them people, it's crazy, isn't it? Goodness sakes. Anyway, I think that's all that I got, guys. There's, we know that the attack was, they're saying it was an Al-Qaeda attack in Kenya. They took care of it. 4 of the terrorists are dead that bust through the wall. So I don't think there's too much more to talk about, guys. I'm running out of steam. And but I am glad that I went and looked and caught that article, knowing that the UK's out there with the Tomahawk, kind of, you know, a little backup, just in case they do have an IDF ready to go. You never know what you'll wake up to. That is for sure. You go to sleep and you wake up and you hear something new. All the time, girl, all the time. But my phone will be going crazy, so with my alerts. That's how I, unless I'm just dead to the world.
The perfect spot to go camping.
The perfect spot to go camping. We're reading the perfect spot to go camping. Anyway.
We found the perfect spot. Go.
Well, thank you. Survey, is that how you say it? Survey? Unicorn? Thank you, thank you. I'm glad that you came across my. I'm sure it was entertaining for a good minute there, which that's, it's all fun. And I like to I like to bring the news as fresh as possible as soon as I get it. And when there's anything else, you're welcome, Ellen. And when there's anything else, you guys know I will bring it unless some kind of strange act of God and I'm not able to. But if I'm available, you'll hear it here first, or close to being first anyway. Yep. And Petra, you got yours from Al Jazeera. I got mine off of RT, but it looks like it was the same coverage because it looked the same video footage there, roughly. But anyway, it was probably the same. I think a lot of those people share the same footage when they give those stories out. It does indeed, it does. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna call it a night until something else comes out. And but again, I think, let's see, I don't know. Let me make sure you guys have.
We went on the train and we stopped and broke a tire.
Alrighty.
Tilda
Just make sure you have the Wixit site.
took
So you guys can go check out all the articles. And it's under Trump and Iran. All the articles that I did tonight should be in that little area. I believe I put everything in there. I don't think I left anything out. Ah, cool beans. Yeah, I saw it. I did. It came up and I saw the article that you gave. And so you did an amazing job. I thank you, Petra. And that is cool. I really do. I need all the help I can get these days, and as much help as possible. It is, it's awesome to get these articles, because then that's less stuff that I have to
my book.
find, especially when you get updates, because updates sometimes are hard to come by. I don't know if it's my service or whatever, but sometimes on updates I have to really find and search to get an update on anything old sometimes. And sometimes it depends on the site. If it's Fox and those type people, it's usually an automatic update. All you have to do is hit refresh. But some of the other ones, it doesn't give you an automatic update. You have to search for the automatic update because it changes sometimes. I don't know why, but anyway. Anyway, guys, y'all have a blessed night. I love y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. And when there's more news to bring, I'll bring it. I love y'all. Bye, guys. Have a blessed night.
That's a lot.